All right, I have 12 o'clock noon. Let's go ahead and get started. My name is Emerick Cross. I'm sitting in today for Chairman Lauber. I believe Chairman Lauber's online. Okay. So we will go ahead and get started with the agenda. And first off, I'd like to do the introduction of commissioners and guests. It looks like we've been whittled down to 2 here so far. So my name is Emerick Cross. I'm from Kansas City.
And I'm Phil Escarino from here in Garden City.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh, Kansas.
Roy Spohr, Oakley, Kansas.
Gerald Lauber, Topeka, Kansas.
Sheila Camus, Commission Support.
Jason Dixon, Commission Support.
Brad Lovis, Secretary.
Stuart Strog, Assistant Secretary.
Okay, Sheila, the next item we got up is the additions and deletions to agenda items. Are there any?
Yes, we did change the agenda from what was in the briefing book. There isn't, the agenda that is on the table is correct. The order of presentations changed a little. We thought we had to accommodate the secretary being late, but he got here in time. But still, we have public hearing first, then general discussion. Then we're going to have general public comment on non-agenda items, the secretary's remarks, workshop session, and then another session of general public comments on non-agenda items.
Okay. I would like to point out today there are going to be 2 opportunities for general public comments on non-agenda items. So with that being said, like a motion for approval of the August 17, 2023 minutes.
I have a correction first. On the first page of that minutes, it had inadvertently said you're accepting the March 9th, 2023 minutes, and that should have been April 27th, 2023 minutes that you voted on at the last meeting.
Subject to that change, I move for approval.
Have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Sheila, roll call.
We did. They approved.
Okay, proof. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's my first error. Who had 5 minutes? Okay. Next up, we have on the agenda the department reports, the administrative rules and regulations procedure pursuant to KSA 77-421, public hearing.
Darren should be online.
Okay, Mr. Riedel.
He's here.
Oh, he is here. Yeah. Okay, he's here.
The matter?
All right, thanks everybody once again. Today, I'll be talking about KAR 11522, possession limits of amphibians and reptiles. This should be coming up for vote today for approval. And as I real quickly go through here, I just wanted to just quickly go back through the process. I mentioned this in the first presentation in Milford. And then I didn't quite hit it as hard at the last meeting just for time's sake. But as these regs came about through discussions with a sort of ad hoc group between law enforcement and ecological services, just looking at poaching amphibians and reptiles in the state and some other issues, as well as a bill that was introduced by legislature, would have been House Bill 2479 at the time, to basically eliminate all take and possession of ornate box turtles. And so we wanted to basically develop some possession limits that one would make it, would reduce take from the wild, make it a little easier for law enforcement during stops, but still provide educational opportunities for kids, for all of us that grew up keeping a box turtle or a lizard or something, you know, still provide those educational opportunities, which are beneficial for those that grow up enjoying the outdoors. So these regs were drafted, several drafts went back and forth between ecological services and law enforcement. Once we hit a point we're happy with, we sit down amongst our ecological services folks, hashed them out. Then they were presented at 2 Kansas Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Council meetings. And these meetings, Wildlife Advisory Council, the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Council, consists of most of the NGOs in the state that are conserved with natural resources at one level or another, and include state chapters of the Wildlife and Fisheries Society, the Kansas Herpetological and Ornithological Societies, Sierra Club, Audubon, Kansas, Kansas Association of Zoos, Farm Bureau, Kansas Livestock Associations, and several others. And I apologize if I missed anybody. There are quite a few people on that council. This was presented at 2 of those council meetings, and we kind of hit a happy medium. And I presented the regs that you guys see here in front of you today. The Kansas Herpetological Society in November 2022, which is a society that's focused on conservation amphibians and reptiles in Kansas. And so I think there's been pretty steady consensus across the board for all this. And we were pretty happy because it meets the requirements that we were looking for. And real quickly, to review those changes in possession limits, the current possession limits in Kansas allow for anybody to keep 5 individuals of any non-threatened and endangered species of amphibian and reptile. And we're going to change that to a maximum of 5 amphibians of any sort of mix of 5 species of amphibians, and then, 5 individuals of amphibians, and that is per domicile, and then 5 reptiles and no more than 2 individuals of any species per domicile. So with that, take any questions.
Any questions from the commissioners? Any questions from the public?
Yeah.
Will that affect the bag limit for bullfrogs?
No, bullfrogs come under fishing licenses.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Your name, please?
What's your names?
I'm Andrew Clark from Hayes, Kansas.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I thought you looked familiar.
Yeah.
Okay, with that being said, do we have a motion to approve?
I move we approve.
Second?
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Sheila, roll call?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill, she's not here, Commissioner Sporer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Pass 5-0.
Thank you very much for your time the last few months.
All right, next on the agenda, we have general discussion for Deer 25 Series Big Game Regulations with Mr. Levi Jack.
Thank you. So the Deer 25 Series regulations are where the statewide seasons are set. Any dates for the various, archery, firearms, muzzleloader, and then what dates and units the extended antlerless seasons fall under. Also limitations on obtaining multiple permits of certain types. And so we just approved this actually in August to get our season set. And when we approved that, we approved a durable regulation where it no longer includes a yearly date, and we only have to come back and address stuff if changes are needed. But we will present it at about this time every year to see if there are things that need to be reviewed, looked at. Also to announce what the dates would be for that. So what I'll be announcing today will be the 2024-2025 season dates here. And so if Jason has my slides, I'm hard to see, but based on that regulation, the dates for for 2024, deer seasons are the youth and disabled designated person seasons from September 7th, 2024 through September 15th, 2024. The muzzleloader season starts on September 16th and runs through September 29th. The archery season opens concurrently with the muzzleloader season on September 16th and runs through the end of the year, December 31st. The pre-rut antlerless whitetail only season will be again that Columbus Day weekend and runs from October 12th to the 14th. And then the new season for the pre-rut, the extended pre-rut whitetail antlerless only, that's only in DMU 12, will then add another 6 days for firearms whitetail antlerless hunting from October 15th through the 20th. So just tax on the end there, since there's a need for additional doe harvest down in that unit. The regular firearms season then still follows our traditional Wednesday after Thanksgiving start on the 4th of December and runs through December 15th. And then the first extended antlerless season will be the 1st through the 5th. The second one would be the 1st through the 12th. And then the third is the 1st through the 19th of 2025 in January. And the extended archery in DMU 19 only is January 20th through the 31st of 2025. And this will we'll just go to the next slide.
There you go.
And then this figure just kind of shows how things run together. Kind of hard to see that extended pre-rut season on that, but basically everything follows what we've been doing for the last several years as far as the season dates and lengths, save that there's that Unit 12 pre-rut season that adds those extra days. And so, like I said, there's not going to be anything that we have to vote on this, just time to put this in front of folks to see how it'll fall, where the dates are. Also evaluate if there is something that comes up that we need to look at and potentially change down the road. And so that's what I've got for the Deer 25 series.
All right, Levi, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? Any questions from the public? Yes, sir.
Andrew Clark, Hayes, Kansas. I've got a question for you, Levi. Have we considered placing muzzleloader and archery to a similar situation that we have with rifle, as far as when it comes to mule deer, as in you would have to draw a stamp, since the success rates of muzzleloader and archery seem to be climbing?
Yeah,
our population seems to be declining.
Yeah, we're talking about that actually internally right now, about how to address those issues. Yeah, because for those that don't know, the muzzleloader tags for archery, they're statewide over the counter. You are limited to hunting archery equipment for your buck, on your buck tag with that, because it's the only buck tag you can have. The muzzleloader tag is limited to archery or muzzleloader only during muzzleloader or firearms seasons for a buck. And it is over the counter like the archery permit is, except that in case of the muzzleloader, you are limited to the zone that you get, which is either the east or west mule deer zones. And whereas firearm is a draw, it's an any deer, it's only valid during firearm unless you hunt January for an antlerless whitetail with it, since all of our tags turn into an antlerless whitetail tag on January 1st. But that tag is a draw, very limited. And so we've been considering how to address mule deer harvest on a declining population, and considering the potential of moving the archery and the muzzleloader tags into a draw system like the rifle tag is where something we're looking at right now, also trying to look at potentially other options if there's anything available. But that's, since we've already got it in place for rifle, that's a fair thing that we could do that would, already in place how to do it, just moves those tags. So that way it's not one group of our users that bear the brunt of any reductions.
Okay.
So.
And
any other questions from the public? Anybody on?
Commissioner Spohr?
Yes, sir.
Levi, is that last statement, is that directed toward mule deer?
Yeah, towards our mule deer rifle hunters. Recently they've had to bear the brunt of any tag reductions we can make, because it's the one tag for our residents that is a limited tag right now. Everything else was over the counter as far as archery muzzleloader. We've also been implementing reductions on the non-resident mule deer stamp too, to the point that in some units that's no longer even available.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but your statement is you are considering a draw for archery and muzzleloader mule deer tags.
Yes, that's under evaluation right now, looking at the feasibility of what the effects of that would be. If we get to the point, it'll be trying to evaluate what the tag quotas would be if we're going to bring that. And if we do move that direction, we'll be bringing that to the commission.
Thank you.
Greg Beaker, Hays, Kansas. Levi, on that, would that be a second buck tag, or would that be like a mule deer stamp like it would be? Like if I had my archery tag, I would have a whitetail with a mule deer stamp. Is that what you're going?
It would be like a mule deer stamp, very similar to that.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we would maintain the 1 buck permit.
Any other questions? Levi, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Mr. Schultheis with harvest reporting methods.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Cross, commissioners. For those that don't know, my name is Rich Schultheis. I'm Assistant Director in the Wildlife Division, and I oversee our wildlife research group. And I'm here today to talk to you about harvest reporting methods in Kansas and the methodology we use. Just give me a shout when we're ready, Jason.
Yeah.
Okay, just in general, as an overview, what I'm going to cover for you today is talk about there are a number of techniques available for collecting harvest information as far as wildlife are concerned. And our wildlife research group has been asked to provide a summary of our current estimation reporting methods, how we do things, and why we don't utilize a mandatory harvest reporting system. In addition to providing some of that information, it's also just a very good opportunity to summarize our survey efforts and provide some background on why we do what we do, because it's not something that's readily available out there for folks. Overall, a good starting point is probably what the goals are for our harvest survey program. And state those as collect data sufficient to produce precise, reliable, and statistically valid estimates of harvest. So that's a pretty straightforward run, right? We have a harvest survey program to be able to collect information on harvest. We want to be able to provide harvest estimates at appropriate scales that are needed to inform wildlife management decisions. So as a state wildlife agency, obviously we have a lot of decisions we make at a statewide scale, but then also management units, et cetera. So we may not be making decisions at a property level or a square mile level, but whatever scale we need to make those decisions, we need the information to be able to do that. We try and avoid unnecessary burden to hunters that may result in survey fatigue. So try and not over survey when we don't need to. And we try and utilize methodology that is fiscally responsible and logistically feasible on an annual basis. So this is something we have to do year in and year out to manage the species appropriately. So we have to make sure we can do that. And before we dig into overall the methodology here, I wanted to start out a bit with just a summary of a census versus a survey and the difference of the two, because that matters quite a bit when we're talking about wildlife. So when we're talking about a census, we're really talking about collecting information on an entire population. And so if you're able to look at an entire population and whatever measure you're looking at, just count them, sex them, age them, color them, whatever that characteristic is, whatever that measure is, if you're able to tell that relatively straightforward, you can come up with really reliable results. If you have that 100% compliance, if you can count them all, see them all, census methodology works really well. You don't have to worry about sampling error issues because you see them all. You're not just counting some of them. So it's a pretty straightforward process there. It is often the best option, especially when you're looking at smaller populations that are easier to census. And so as the population gets bigger, it can be a little bit harder to get everyone in on that count type thing. It does become increasingly difficult. As I was saying, there's the population size increases. It's just more and more work to get the census, to get the overall picture of every individual. Whereas a survey, contrast that to a survey where we're talking about sampling a population. So we're only looking at some individuals of that overall population. And so we calculate a sample size that's needed to come up with our estimate, and then we sample just those randomly selected individuals of that population. We're able to estimate things like confidence intervals, response bias, and some things that make us more confident and more reliable in the estimate we come up with. So we feel pretty good about what that estimate is, what we come up with for the value. And is often the best option, particularly when we're looking at large sample sizes or large populations. And it does still rely on, of course, having to be able to do reliable and accurate observations. So you still need to be able to get reliable information, whether you're talking about a census or a survey. So of course, those are still some precursors for that. So just some general examples on what a census looks like and what that means is, you know, it's a pretty straightforward one. If I were just going to talk about today, the population being everyone in this room, and the measure we're talking about is the number of folks that have a green shirt on today. So that's really straightforward. I can close and lock the doors. As long as I'm not colorblind, I can just go through and census this entire population. Pretty straightforward. We don't have to worry about observation, you know, being able to tell if it's green or not green, those kind of things. So pretty straightforward. And I think we'd all be pretty confident in that information, right? Yeah, we see how many people have green shirts in this room. So if we add to the complexity to that a little bit, the next example is instead of how many people have a green shirt on, what if you talk about the people that green is their favorite color? And that data does add some complexity. So same thing, we can close the door, make sure no one comes in or out. And then if we go around there and I ask each individual that question, is green your favorite color? In theory, we should get results for most or all the folks that are there. But if we don't, I know the folks that I don't have an answer from. And so that makes it a pretty straightforward estimate overall, a little more complexity in the math there, but overall still pretty straightforward to get that. The thing that can be tricky if someone doesn't answer, we don't know if the people that don't answer, are they more prone to like green or not like green? Maybe they don't want the government to know they like green for some reason. So there's always some scenarios there that as it becomes a little more complex, it becomes a little more difficult for that overall estimate. And then finally, the example for instance is, let's talk about that same question for the residents of the state of Kansas. And things get pretty tricky pretty quick. First of all, just being able to contact everyone that is a resident in Kansas, that'd be a monumental task. And then getting responses from every one of those individuals is probably impossible, right? So there's lots of complexities there. And so what we're faced with is we have the responses we get, what those responses represent, and then the ones we don't get. Is there any bias there as far as people that like green and don't like green, et cetera? So you can see as you get in a bigger population and things get more complicated, coming up with that estimate of, you know, how many people green are their favorite color gets pretty tricky. We can contrast that then with the example for a survey. So the survey example I like to use is pretty straightforward if you just talk about flipping a quarter, right? And the nice thing about flipping a coin is I think most folks in here, if you flip a quarter enough times, you're going to come up with the 50-50 heads, tails, right? You might not for the first two, maybe not for the first 10, but we're going to say our population for this is 20,000 coin flips, which would take us all day to get through, but we could do it. And if we did that, we'd probably end up with, I think most folks would agree, about 10,000 and 10,000, 10,000 heads, 10,000 tails, so 50-50 distribution. So the question to you is, how many times do you want me to flip that coin before we get to a point where you're comfortable with a 50-50 of what those observations are? And the nice thing is here, you can see this is a table so that there's actually a formula we can utilize when using this methodology for surveys that gives us that number. Depending on how confident we want to be and how precise we want to be, we can come up with the number of flips we need. So for example, if we just do a few, as I mentioned, it's probably not going to be that reliable, right? You might get 50-50, but you might not. You get up into the range of about 100 flips and you're within 10%. So we're going to be, you know, from 9 to 11,000 or so. So we're going to get pretty close. then that's 100 flips out of 20,000 total, right? So that saves a lot of effort there. We don't have to do it 20,000 times. If you move up to just shy of 400, you're going to get within 5%. So pretty reliable estimate, as far as what our precision is there. And then finally, just over 1,000 coin flips, you're going to be within 3%. So, we're really close to what that estimate is. In general, it would be around 10,000. So our estimate's going to be very, very close to that. So it gives you an idea there of how the survey versus the census works and some of the benefits of those things. And so you decide whatever your acceptable precision is, like how close do we need to be for this decision that we're trying to make? And then you just sample accordingly using that formula, and you can see it on the numbers on that table there. I just wanted to mention there is, as you start getting higher and higher on that chart and you start sampling more and more, you really see a limited benefit. You get within 10%, 5%, 3%, and then that curve really just starts to level off. So you're spending a lot, you're oversampling, but the benefit of that is relatively limited, and you can lead to things like survey fatigue and of course the associated expense. So there's not a lot of benefit to oversample versus what we actually need there for a survey. So now we can dive back into wildlife and wildlife harvest information. And so the question is, of course, why am I here talking about censuses and surveys, and what does that really mean? And really the take home is that those are great summaries of what we can utilize for methodology when we're trying to estimate harvest of a species. And so, a harvest survey is really just a great example of what we just talked about with the coin of a survey. So generally you'll talk about in-season or post-season surveys. We sample the population of hunters that have a tag or permit that allows them to take that species, right? So we're doing the same thing, number of coin flips we need versus the overall population. And that can be in the form of mail, email, telephone, smartphone applications. There's lots of ways we can do those, but really what that represents is just that general survey technique. And contrast that to the telechecks, the mandatory check stations, all those mandatory harvest reporting systems is really a census. It's a form of a census. We're trying to get all information from all individuals as far as did you harvest or did you not harvest for that permit type thing. And so that's really a form of a census. And so, the idea there is you're requiring hunters to comply. Anyone that has a license or permit, they have to provide a response, or at least those that are successful have to provide that response. And so, again, I mentioned there previously, check stations, telephones, internet, smartphone applications, all those things are different examples that states utilize at times for these mandatory harvest reporting systems. Typically, we only require responses from successful hunters. There are some states that require responses one way or another, but generally it's like if you shoot a deer, you have so long to report it type thing. And so generally that's the model that a lot of states utilize for mandatory harvest reporting. So I'm going to dig into a little bit deeper here about talk about the two and some examples. And we utilize harvest surveys, which is the first example here, quite extensively. You can see some examples there from just the reports that we have available online for different species groups in the state of Kansas. So we use it for 10 plus harvest estimates on an annual basis. So it's something we utilize pretty heavily. We send surveys to randomly selected individuals that have the appropriate permit or tag. And then we sample at the level needed for precision estimates at the appropriate scale that we need. So that table I showed a few slides back, we utilize that for all of these to decide how many folks we need to sample, how many folks we need to survey. And I wanted to touch on, especially here, the idea of the appropriate scale. So for the species, generally we're making management decisions based on maybe a statewide and maybe a management unit level. Sometimes they can be smaller than that, but we're really not generally making harvest management decisions on, for example, a piece of property that I manage, right? So this technique works particularly well because generally there are larger scales where those decisions are being made and where we can actually affect things on a population level, which is usually the decisions we're trying to make. We use the responses along with estimates of things like response bias, all the things that go into that calculation to extrapolate it to the overall harvest estimate. So, sample 1,000 people, 1,500 people, we do some extrapolation and we arrive at what our overall harvest estimate would be for that species at the scale we're talking about. It's a well-established methodology. I just wanted to touch on here, and I get back to this later. As a long, very long history of utilization of wildlife biology, there are, textbooks upon textbooks on this, peer-reviewed publication. It's been well defended. It's a good technique that's utilized over time for a lot of these management decisions. So if we talk about, what's the good about this system? Why is it lasted so long, and why do so many folks still utilize it? We're going to start with some of the benefits of the survey methodology. Number one, you can calculate things like confidence intervals in the estimate. So not only do we have a number, say we estimate a harvest at 10,000, we know how confident we are in that harvest. So just like the coin flip, maybe it's 9,000 to 11,000. We are extremely confident it's within that range. And when you're making management decisions, that range and how confident you are matters a lot. So we need to know those things. So that's a very beneficial component of this methodology. It doesn't require high or complete compliance. So when you're compared to what we talked about for a census, and we'll get into that later, where you really have to have everyone respond or almost everyone respond, that is not the case for a survey methodology. So we sample many fewer people, and then we oversample just a bit to make sure we arrive at the right sample size. So not everyone has to respond every single time, which is useful when you're a government agency and not everyone wants to respond all the time. It has fewer responses overall needed, much fewer in most cases. And so less burden on the hunters. So they don't have to respond to 12 different surveys through the year for every type of activity they do out there. There are no additional surveys needed. So one of the issues that can come up with if you do mandatory harvest check stations is the information you don't get or the people that didn't shoot anything that year. And so there's lots of information we need to know. Did someone not respond or because they didn't harvest anything or because they refused to type thing? And so you generally are going to need an additional survey for both unsuccessful hunters, and then you're also going to need some survey information. There's a lot that doesn't fall in line with a particular harvest. So generally when you do a harvest survey or a harvest census, a mandatory check, they're going to ask you things about that particular animal, where it was shot, those types of things. But there's a lot of information that we utilize on a statewide basis that we need. As far as the best example is we just made some decisions about turkey seasons and quotas in our units. And that information came from our turkey harvest survey as far as where folks spend their time as far as management units and turkeys. And so if we didn't have this information from a harvest survey, we wouldn't have been able to make those recommendations that are accurate. And so there's lots of information, not just how many points a deer had, male or female type thing that we would need to do an additional survey anyway to collect. And then there's some consistency issues in Kansas. We have a long historical database with this type of information, and it's also consistent across species. And so these aren't really, really high points, and we could get around it if we needed to, but it is useful. So you can just look at trends over time, and you can look at across species, everything is the same, methodology is the same. So that is helpful at the same time. Of course, there are some drawbacks of harvest surveys. It's not all good. Find my place here. There we go. So yeah, number one, it does rely on voluntary response. And so of course, it's not a mandatory system. So people have to respond. And we have seen some decreases in what we see in our response rate, which is not ideal. We're not at a place now where it's really problematic, but you get a lot of surveys these days. If you go to the mall, go to a store, they send you a survey afterwards, the gas station. And so as the utilization of surveys increases, it becomes hard to get responses. So it means more work for us. We have to send out more requests for where we need to get. So it does rely on that voluntary component, which can be troublesome at times. You need to consider some of the components like, sampling error, response bias, memory bias. So there are some things that go into that calculation that you need to make sure you're considering. So it's not as straightforward as just saying 2 times 10 equals 20 type thing. There are some other things you need to consider and make sure you're measuring to be effective at this technique. So it does take some time to do that. It can be, obviously, the reason I'm here today, it can be a bit difficult to communicate with constituents of the benefit of this. It's not as straightforward as just saying, yes, everyone responds, here's what the numbers are, done deal type thing. We have to go through the process. And so that's can be troublesome at times. It is not a particularly useful tool for law enforcement because we don't have a requirement and a time-sensitive requirement. It's not like we can say, did you report that deer today? And if you didn't, we know something nefarious is going on type thing. So although if we turn that back to our goals, it's not the goals of our program, but it is something that isn't beneficial for this program. And for smaller populations, you end up asking everyone anyway, or you survey the whole population. And so while it still works well, some of the benefits, as you see further up there, kind of go away when it's a very small population. So we're talking about, a very small quota hunt, very small number of animals. The benefits of a survey versus a census start to go down from the overall population level. So now compare that to the mandatory harvest reporting. So we can switch over to that. And so again, what we're talking here about is a harvest census. So we require harvest information for everyone that has a permit, or at least everyone that's successful. As I mentioned, maybe not everyone that has a permit, whether or not they did, but at least the successful individuals. Generally, mandatory check stations were the first iteration of this, and especially in a lot of Western states, that was always part of the culture, right? If you shot a deer, if you shot an elk or whatnot, you had to take it to a check station to get checked. And so for many states, that was really part of the culture from the beginning, not so much in Kansas, but in other places it was. And so it started out with mandatory check stations, and then we moved into, as technology evolved, next was like the phone telecheck, where you had to report it or you had to call it in, and you listen to a computer and hit 1 if it was a doe, hit 2 if it was a buck, et cetera. So moved into that realm. And that more recently, it's kind of gone into as our technology and the internet and smartphones is getting more and more, there are, more and more technology available to do these types of things. So internet, smartphone apps are now popular, and probably the most popular options for a lot of states that do this. A lot of times, though, even these more recent iterations are most common in states that started with check stations. So you start with check stations, you move into telephone, then you move into the internet, and then now you move into smartphone internet hybrid. And finally, it's not typically something that's utilized for all species. So a lot of times, if you're talking about big game, turkey, those types of things, some states utilize this system, but that I know of, there aren't many states that, if you harvest a squirrel, harvest a dove, those types of things that you're going to ask, you're going to be required to provide that information on a daily or annual basis type thing. So generally, we're talking about big game here for the mandatory harvest reporting. Some of the benefits of a census, that's a big if, but if you can get full compliance, it's pretty straightforward there. It provides a complete picture of the harvest really at any scale. So it avoids any of those sampling errors that can occur. So if we have information from everyone, from that population, it's pretty straightforward, and that's pretty useful, whatever scale you're interested in. Obviously, it's easier to communicate because of that. You can just say, yes, we have information from everyone, and here's what it says, type thing. So that is helpful at times. If there is a real-time reporting requirement, it can help avoid any postseason recollection bias type things. So some of our surveys may be a little while between when you harvest an individual and when you get the survey. So if you have to do it that day, things are still pretty fresh. And so that can be useful. And it can be useful when voluntary harvest response rates start to fall and continue to fall until it becomes a problem. So the required component of it can be useful in some situations where you just have to resort to that to get the responses you need. It works well, particularly with small populations, quota hunts, those types of things where we're talking about a small number of individuals in the population, small number of hunters, small number of animals. So that works really particularly well when you need to know down to the individual specifically. A census is a good option there. And because of the real-time requirement a lot of states have, it can be useful in law enforcement purposes as well. So there are certainly some benefits to this approach. If we turn to drawbacks for the census, so I started out with it's a really big if you can get everyone to respond or 100% clients, and that's rarely achieved today. And if we just look at the range that I put up there, just as an example for some tables I pulled from literature, it can be as low as 50% or lower for mandatory. This is a required harvest information. It still can be as low as 50%. And even the good states are 90 or maybe 95%. So that creates issues when you're never getting all the information. Because without that 100% compliance, what we're talking about is you really only end up with a minimum or a underestimate of what the harvest actually is. And when you're trying to do wildlife management and conservation, having an underestimate is difficult for the appropriate management of the species, right? So we know, say for our estimate we come out with is 10,000 individuals. If that's 50%, that means we really harvested 20,000 individuals. If it's 90%, it's much higher than that. So it's difficult to determine that rate. And it also just provides us that underestimate, which is never a good thing when you only have a minimum harvest estimate for a population. It is, so I just touched on that a bit there, but it can be difficult to estimate compliance, non-response bias, confidence intervals. So all the things that make us feel pretty good about survey data, census data, it's just really just not available for those. So in the end, we get a number, but we're not sure what that number actually means and how confident we should be in that number. And so that can be a tricky situation for sure for larger populations. There can be concerns raised with the honesty, I think is the word I use there, for when you start to require someone to submit information, sometimes the truthfulness and the honesty of that reporting goes down as a result of that. So if it's voluntary, we'd sure like to have this information from you. That's kind of one scenario. But if you say you are required to tell me this as a government agency, you're required to tell me this, sometimes there's some concerns there with the honesty of the reporting. So it's something that's always mentioned in these methods, but it's pretty difficult to estimate what that difference is, but it's always a concern to be considered when you're thinking about a mandatory or required program. It still requires that additional survey effort that I mentioned earlier. So people that didn't harvest anything, and also that additional information like, you know, types of weapons you were using, the units your activity was most common in, those types of things. So even if we do a check station, we would still have to send a survey out at the end of the year to get that additional information. So there are some drawbacks to the system. The unnecessary burden on hunters is probably one of the biggest ones. And so the last time I looked at this, it's been a few years now, but there was a year where we did 12 different harvest surveys for all the different species we have in the state. So if we look at, you know, as I mentioned, it probably wouldn't be a mandatory, it wouldn't be a telecheck for every species, but for whatever species we did, that means everyone has to respond. So, you know, we just say it is all 12. That means everyone in this room that hunts any of the species would have to do up to 12 surveys that year, which is a pretty heavy lift. That's a big ask. And so the year that I looked at it, the most we ever asked one person, we looked through all KDW PT numbers. Of the 12, it was 3. So it was someone who was registered for a lot of different activities. And the most they were asked for in 1 year was 3. So we try and minimize that overlap, try and minimize the lift so we can, you know, try and reduce the amount of survey fatigue that we see in our hunting population. And so that becomes a major benefit for surveys and a major detriment when you talk about census here. We don't really need to ask everyone, and it can result in that fatigue, excuse me. And finally, in Kansas, as I mentioned, there is some consistency with the survey methodology. So if we were to switch to a mandatory census requirement, comparing to historic and then comparing across species does become a bit more difficult for that. So the question that comes up, and I think a lot of times, and it's maybe an assumption with our constituents, is this is a cost decision. So I just wanted to touch on that briefly. And you notice I haven't as far as benefits and detriments of the two systems. And from my perspective, it can be kind of a wash, to be honest. If you think about the mandatory harvest reporting telecheck type thing, generally you're going to have a high upfront cost, especially if you're thinking about an electronic system. You have to have it set up. If you have a telephone system, it can cost a lot up front. And then on an annual basis, depending on the system you're using, it can vary quite a bit. If you use a telephone, like a smartphone app, it can be pretty low, right? The data is in there, the thing is set up, it works pretty straightforward. There's just some maintenance on an annual basis. If you're doing check stations, it's extremely high. That's a lot of staff time and salary to do that. And the same thing, if you do a telephone operator system, those things are not cheap as well. So it can vary quite a bit on an annual basis, but there's generally a high upfront, mixed long-term as far as harvest reporting mandatory. As far as service, the upfront costs really are non-existent, but it's more of a moderate annual cost because the time we spend putting those surveys together, the mailings, postage cost is pretty significant. A lot of these surveys, we're sending 2 or 3 reminders to get that information back. So the mailing, the time we spend entering that information after we get it back, if there is a phone component to it, same thing. All those costs on an annual basis can add up. So from my perspective, you know, there's some benefit and detriment to both as far as cost, but it's really a wash, and it's certainly not a huge component of that decision for us as far as, you know, the cost being the deciding factor. That's certainly not the case. So I guess the question is, we utilize harvest surveys still to this day. We use that methodology to collect our harvest data, and why is that? And so what I've tried to highlight here is when you try and stack up some of these characteristics of the two techniques, from our perspective, Wildlife Research Survey Group, and the recommendations we make to our administration is this is still the best method available out there to come up with the most reliable estimates, which is really what we're after. So if you look at this, the table I have here, you know, straightforward enough, I hope. Green is good. The supposed to be orange, looks kind of like a yellow on the screen, maybe, is kind of in the middle there, moderate, and then the red is not so great, a bit of a detriment. And you can see the harvest survey on the left, and then the mandatory census on the right here. And you can see there's a lot of green on the left and not as much on the right. So we talk about that accuracy and truthfulness of responses, you know, non-response bias, ability to calculate that, confidence intervals, the need for high compliance, which is difficult to get, the consistency with historical and across species, the burden on hunters. Those are all things that really, from our perspective, the benefit falls with the harvest survey versus the harvest census. And there are certainly some in the middle there as far as, you know, cost, ease of communication, use in limited harvest and quota situations. They're kind of probably for the most part lean more toward the census. And then certainly the value for law enforcement, I think for the most part relies more heavily on the census component. So in the end, the idea here is we stack up all the characteristics of the two. We feel pretty confident in those harvest survey. And so the question is, well, what does that look like in the end? And what kind of supporting evidence do we have of that? And so these are just a few figures I pulled, and it's not important to see what the numbers are or the species are, but just see the trends overall. The first thing is we see consistency with other measures that are out there. So there are some species we have numerous estimates for harvest, or we have estimates for harvest in participation or harvest in abundance out in the habitat. So when we look at those things, they're remarkably they track remarkably well, which is a good sign, right? If you have a good estimate, you would anticipate they would track particularly well. So if you see the ones there, like this one is for turkeys, if I can see that close enough there. And then also we see one for I think a small game species in the middle there. You can see those things track particularly well. And the other thing that makes us confident of this information is we see smooth changes and realistic scales over time. So a lot of times what you can see is artificial bumps or outliers on an annual basis in estimates. If you do things like we try and count cranes every spring during the migration, and it's very difficult because some years you get a great count, some years you don't. So that estimate goes up and down by 500,000, which is obviously not realistic. In our harvest estimates, if you look at that, we see realistic changes over time, and they trend particularly well, and we don't see those outlier years. And we make changes to regulations, and there's an example here in the bottom left. I think that's a pronghorn, and this is the deer example over here. When we make changes to permits and allocations we would anticipate will affect harvest significantly, they show up in our information we see in our harvest surveys. So that makes us increasingly confident in the information we're collecting and the estimates we're coming up with. So in summary, overall, we do have confidence in the harvest survey method as the best option currently available for collecting this harvest information in the state of Kansas. And this isn't a financial decision. So the information I hope I gave you a good summary of today highlights that. The information request probably does suggest that we probably need to improve our communication with constituents and making sure this information that I presented today is more readily available. And we do a better job of just explaining some of the components that go into those decisions and how much, to be honest, we think about this on a regular basis within the Wildlife Research Group. We will certainly continue to assess the available emerging technologies and techniques to ensure we're always using the most appropriate option. I think I have confidence, and I hear the same thing from my staff. You know, I have 6 folks that work across the state and across many states and work with biologists in similar positions in other states. And I have yet to have anyone request we move to a mandatory harvest survey program, which makes me feel pretty confident about the information we're collecting. Finally, I just want to add, I just took a subset of the huge data set that's available as far as peer-reviewed publications, textbooks, all the things that are available. And I'm happy to share this is a short list that includes some wildlife-specific examples and then just some general overall survey versus census examples. And there's a lot of literature, there's a lot of information out there. Some folks much smarter than I spend a lot of time thinking about this. And there's a great literature data set available out there. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
Yes, Commissioner Escarino.
Yes.
Do you ask the outfitters for information with regards to their harvesting data that they collect and that they gather, and maybe do a comparison to what we have to see if it's close in proximity of what we have?
We do not. And there are times we'll do a survey that may be targeted in some component to outfitters, but I think with the removal of the outfitter permit system that was in place, it can be difficult to have a reliable list of outfitters to survey, number one. And number two, generally, we're interested in the overall from the information from the people that harvested those animals.
Okay.
So generally that's how our surveys are targeted for that versus, an outfitter or a guide or someone who assisted or facilitated the harvest type thing.
Okay.
So yeah, generally our harvest systems are along those lines. And part of that is because it would be a difficult task. We have a great data set to rely on as far as permits are concerned. So we know the folks that are able to legally be out there harvesting that species. So then we can sample that population. The population of outfitters would be a difficult population to come up with that list, I think.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but a hunter and an outfitter still has to apply for a permit to hunt in a outfitter's location. So they are included in the data request when that's all included. So your data that you collect does include some of those hunters that are hunting with an outfitter.
Yeah, all of those hunters.
Okay.
So they would have the same permit as anyone else. And so for non-resident, it would be the example, or for mule deer, but for mostly, I think it'd be referring to non-resident deer hunters, the limited access availability. And so all those folks are in that same survey pool. And so they could be randomly selected for those surveys, just like anyone that doesn't use an outfitter as well.
So we somewhat have that information if we.
Yeah, we certainly do. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but yeah, and I'm confident in our estimate of that. So, it could be a good secondary. I think what you're getting at there could be a secondary information source to kind of utilize that. The thing is, the value of that when we're doing a random selection of say 2,000 people, just throw that number out there,
right,
of the 50,000 people that might be doing it. So the number of folks that we would be comparing to the folks that utilize outfitters, there's not a ton there for that comparison. And so I'm not sure the value as far as our confidence would help a ton to have that information for the purposes that we utilize it for harvest management decisions.
Okay. Well, what I've seen in commission meetings before, the outfitters kind of contradict our harvest gathering information. Their information is completely, they say that it's different than what we have. And so I'm kind of trying to understand how we can compare to make sure that we are close in our estimates as far as what's harvested and what's not.
Yeah. And I'm certainly no professional or expert as far as what harvest estimates might look like for a particular outfitter or another.
Sure.
But I think one thing that could be occurring there is, I talked a lot about early on in the presentation about scale. And the scale we estimate and the scale we make decisions. And so on a property level, there are certainly going to be differences there as far as on my property, things are way up or way down versus if we look at DMU 1 and the overall, generally that's where those estimates. So Levi is going to be calculating that as far as harvest in DMU 1 by species, by weapon type. Okay. And when you look at it, that's where we make a decision, right? That level is where we make a decision. So if you look at that estimate, it certainly may not align well with particular properties. But from our perspective, as you put that information at a scale that we are thinking about, generally, I think we have a pretty good confidence in that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for your work and your staff that you're doing to gather that information. I know it's a lot of work to gather that, and you guys do a fantastic job at providing us with the information that we need to make intelligent decisions. I don't know if they're intelligent, but decisions.
Thank you very much. I'll certainly share that with my staff. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes.
Any other commissioners have any comments?
I got a question.
Sure.
Commissioner Gefeller. The surveys require a response, right?
That's correct. Well, we don't require folks to respond.
Well, not require, but
request.
It's people respond to a survey request.
Yes.
There's no voluntary mechanism for a voluntary reporting a harvest.
Correct. And that has to do with the methodology. So having a random sample of the population versus soliciting like, hey, will you fill this out? Because generally what you'll see there, if you do that method, is you'll see a bias in who responds.
Right.
People that do well generally like to respond, and people that don't do well generally don't. So we do a random sample.
Okay.
And then we utilize that. That gives us a better, better non-response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And you may have said it before I came in, and I apologize for getting here late, but the response rate is what to the survey?
It varies quite a bit by survey, and that has something to do with survey length and the information there. But, you know, probably our higher surveys, we probably have some that are still offhand that are probably 60 to 70%. We have some that are well below 50% at this point as well. And as an agency, I think we're actually doing quite well when we compare it to other states, our response rate. And so, you know, it probably feels like pestering folks at times, but, you know, generally we'll send out the initial request, be it by mail, email, and then we'll follow it up with another request and maybe of a different form, like a mixed mode, and try and get at folks a couple of ways to try and get them, encourage them to respond. So, but response rates are, you know, it is a concern that there is a decline, but I think overall society today, that's common for folks that run surveys.
Any of the species you would want to consider a different approach where you do have some concern about response rate or accuracy?
I don't think anything response rate wise now, no. I don't see anything. And I haven't heard a request from anyone as far as they think for their species we need to change paths as far as we're going. And generally, like this would probably be limited to a big game. Most states limited to big game. And I think we're in a good place as far as harvest surveys and reliable estimates because of that. Because the idea here is even though response rates, it's not like we're not producing reliable estimates. It just means we have to spend more to get the same data because we have to send out more requests and we have to send out more reminders. And so it takes a little more from our agency to do that, but we're still confident in that estimate. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Rich, is the lion's share done electronically or snail mail? I mean, you know, what, and do you run into generational issues with those methodologies?
Yeah, good question. I think overall, yes, I would say most these days will provide either through email or will send a postcard with a link to go to on the internet. So most of our responses at this point occur online. Probably smartphone fits in that. Smartphone fits in that somewhat as well, but there are certainly issues with resistance to technology that we still have to send out paper surveys. And, you know, we still have some folks that call the employee office with their information and dictate it over the phone type thing. And so, yeah, we try and do our best to accommodate. If someone is willing to provide the data, what do we got to do to get it? And so we're willing to try and accommodate as best we can. The reliance on paper and phone has certainly gone down, but I think that's a general cultural behavior as well. And so It is easier, more straightforward for us, but we want to make sure it's still convenient enough for constituents, for hunters. So
thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thanks. Secretary Lovelace, to Commissioner Gfeller's comment, you answered it like I expected. You said we evaluate the survey response rates and determine we still have confidence based on those responses and the trends you see that those are accurate data that you can make informed management decisions on. However, you pointed out, I think in there, that if that drops so far, then you may reconsider that for a given species.
Yeah, certainly. We're certainly not at that point now. Again, if you go back to the table, we know what we need for responses. And so that 2,000 isn't how many surveys we send out. That's how many surveys we need back. And so we're certainly nowhere near that for any of the species. But yeah, there could be a point, you know, as society, things change, maybe there's something we need to reconsider how we do this. But yeah, certainly not at that point now for any.
Good. Thank you.
Commissioner Escarino, I'm on another board that we gather information with regards to cell phone usage in a WEHA or iWEHA or state-owned property, state leased property, and that kind of stuff. And it indicates how many cell phones are in that particular area and tells you that, you know, naturally, I think that if they're in that area, they're probably hunting. Am I correct? Chances are there may be a few bird watchers out there or wildlife watchers, but for the most part, they're hunting. Can we gather that information to help us with regards to the numbers that are actually out there and compare those to what we are?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd have to chew on that. We really haven't explored that technology a ton yet.
Okay.
As far as, I've read some about it personally. About
pretty good information, real good information.
Yeah. So where folks are spending time and some of that geo-tracking components to it.
Exactly.
So, yeah. I think there could be some benefit, particularly for like smaller scale type things like utilization of a wildlife area.
Exactly.
So like we use things like the tracker, you run across it on the road, counters, those types of things. So
sure.
Yeah, I could certainly see some benefit at it, particularly local scale. That could be pretty useful information. So
all right. Just thought I'd share that.
Absolutely.
Jason, we have anybody online has a question?
We did have Kenny Graham. Did you have your hand raised? I'll unmute you so you can. Well, I lost your name all of a sudden. Where'd you go? Oh, okay. Should be asking you to get unmuted now.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay. No, appreciate the presentation. Very informative. Would have a question for you. Of the states that touch Kansas, how many have a mandatory check-in besides Kansas? I know Nebraska does not, but Missouri definitely does, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Colorado. And I was curious, is there not less of a paper pushing from your all side, pencil area to come up with the data when it is mandatory? Because you're saying 50 to 90% is checking in honestly on there, but yet on your paper, you're only getting around at a high 70%. Just want to get your opinion on that, because it's always seemed like when you balance a checkbook, you're better to have all the data than part of it.
Please.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm not certain I understand the question overall, but I'm going to give a shot at a response there. I don't have the information in front of me as far as all the surrounding states. Generally, states these days, I think we're close to 50-50 or so. There are a lot of states that utilize this mandatory by this, or I mean, mandatory system, required system versus don't. As far as the numbers, I think maybe I didn't clarify well enough there. The differences between response rates and when you have a requirement, when you're doing a census, that number matters a lot more, because when we're doing a survey, if we get a 50% response rate, we're sampling at a level that allows us to still produce a reliable estimate with confidence interval. So when we say we have a harvest of 10,000 and we say our 95% confidence interval is within 1,000 of that, we know that harvest estimate is between 11 and 9,000. Whereas if you're doing a census and you only get, say, 50% and you say 10,000 and you have 5,000, you don't know if it is 5,000 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, what the real number actually is. And so the reliability of that estimate and the concerns with, we have a number, but interpreting what that number means, what the actual harvest is in the field, is the difficult step with a census that we overcome by using survey methodology. So it isn't an apples and apples scenario to compare response rate for a survey and response rate for a census like telecheck or mandatory harvest reporting. So I'm not sure if that kind of addressed the question or not, but I did my best, I guess.
Yeah. So you've used that information to be able to extrapolate that we had a 25% downward harvest of non-residents across the state on turkeys based strictly on the survey. And statistically, that showed that it was 25% statewide, not higher in one unit versus lower in another. Correct? Or incorrect?
I'm trying to wrap my head around what the question was there. Did we utilize survey data to make recommendations for turkey regulations? And the answer to that is yes. We certainly
Okay,
use
and-
harvest information participation, and as well as population information. So harvest always fits into our decision process for recommendations we make to the commission.
And it was 25% statewide in every unit.
25, that's why we reduced permits by 25.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Rich, Andrew Clark, Case, Kansas. I had one quick question for you. You pulled up some great harvest information charts there. Is that publicly available data, and how would I go about getting that? Is there a data request? Is that available on the website?
It is. So all those figures I actually pulled from our website. And so I can walk you through the process, but there on the left side of our thing, there's some information about reports. If you just go in there and under wildlife research for every species group, there's like a deer, big game, migratory bird. And so on an annual basis, when we produce those estimates, we produce a report on an annual basis and then post it. We try and do our best to get it up every year. And so all those charts come straight from that information. And so, yeah, it can be particularly useful to hunters to have some of that. So, and it's all available online. And if you see one that or you're looking for one you don't see for a particular year, you can always reach out through the contact us and we can get you that information.
Thank you. And thank you for your hard work.
Sure.
Will Coakley, Lawrence, Kansas. Now that we are moving more and more towards online permit purchasing, have you considered putting the survey as mandatory questions before you can buy your permit? Now, I know your data will be late in a season, but almost all of us hunters are habitual hunters. And so we are buying permits every year. And then you would get a really high response, 100%, because they're not going to be able to buy a permit unless they answer your 3 to 5 questions, 3 to 7. And I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
The more questions you ask, the less likely. But there's like important ones. Did you harvest a deer last year? What day did you harvest on? What unit were you in? Everybody's going to be very willing to answer those questions to get their deer tag.
Yeah, everyone's going to be very willing to provide answers, I guess I would say. What those answers mean could still be a question for sure. But there are some states that have gone to that technique rather than just successful, because really what you're talking about is it's not just successful hunters that are required to provide that information. If you had a elk permit in Utah last year, you have to one way or another. I don't know if this is true for Utah, but just as an example, you have to provide that information one way or another. And some states have gone to, if they don't have whatever survey technique or method or whatever, if they don't have your responses, you can't buy a permit the next year. And so that's how they try and enforce to get closer to that 100%. But from what everything I found, there's yet to be an example where a state has gotten 100% compliance. So plenty of people are going to say exactly as you're saying, well, if I have to do this to get a permit, I'm going to do it for the following year type thing. But there's always going to be some people that are not willing to provide.
Where you are right now.
That is true. But where we are now is a more reliable estimate. And so again, response rate versus having a survey response rate versus compliance for a census are two different things. And so our estimate now is more reliable than if we had 90% census information. So just because there are two numbers, two percentages, they don't mean the same thing. Yeah.
You're saying there's an honesty issue.
That can be an issue as well. Yeah, that's part of it for sure. Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? Rich, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Good job.
Okay. Next up on the agenda, we have bison conservation with Mr. Stuart Schroth.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Commissioners, good afternoon and visiting public. Stuart Schroth, Assistant Secretary at Pratt Headquarters. This is actually the perfect setting to be talking about all things bison, and I did that intentionally. Wanted to discuss some things coming up here within the next coming months and year. Back in the early 1920s, our agency stood up and took a stance that we were going to help conserve bison numbers in the United States and restore numbers across the country. And so in 1924, just south of town here at the Finney Game Refuge, we brought in 1 bull and 2 cows in October of 24. And from that was our first shot at conserving and managing bison. And from there, it's just grown. In the 30s, we added a few more head at the Mead Refuge, which is here in Southwest Kansas too. We've had herds at various locations such as Kingman State Fishing Lake, Crawford County State Lake. Of course, Maxwell in 1951, we brought in some animals from the Wichita Mountains in Oklahoma, and that started the Maxwell herd, which is now our largest herd that we maintain across the state. And so I bring this all up because I mentioned October 1924. 2024 will be our 100-year anniversary of being in the bison conservation and management realm. So we're going to be, we're planning right now to celebrate that centennial anniversary. We still have the active herds that I mentioned, Maxwell being the biggest one. They're in McPherson County, north of Canton. We try to maintain anywhere from 150 to 175 head annually. We have an annual roundup and auction, and that will be October 30th is the roundup this year, and auction follows on Wednesday, November 1st. And I invite any of you commissioners, if you want to come to either the roundup or the auction, you're welcome to. If you want to come to the roundup, I'll get you right in the middle of things, right down there with the bison if you want to. So, but we'll be selling around 58, actually 63 head at that auction, which will include animals mostly from Maxwell, but also from down here at Sand Sage Bison Ranch here. We had to relocate some of the animals down here at Sand Sage during the drought, but since May, it's rained a lot, as you know. And so the grass has kind of come back, and we're able to keep maintaining animals down here at Sand Sage. We also have Big Basin Prairie Preserve down there north of Ashland. We don't own those animals down there. There's about 50 head of bison. We contract with a private bison producer to run animals on Big Basin Preserve too. So we've been in the bison industry, since 1924 and are proud of it. Involved at the state level too with the Kansas Buffalo Association, and on the national level with the National Bison Association, and our active membership and roles in those two entities too. To go along with the 100-year anniversary in 24, Wildlife and Parks and the Kansas Buffalo Association are co-hosting a National Bison Association summer conference June 7th and 8th at Maxwell Refuge. So we're really looking forward to that. We'll be inviting producers and people in the bison industry from all over the country for that 2-day event there. So we have a lot to plan and take a look at and get accomplished coming up in the next few months. But just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, that we've got a lot of bison related activities coming up within the agency in the next coming year and months. So if you ever want to get more involved with what we're doing in bison conservation, just ask myself or one of our other public lands staff members. And look, if you want to come to any of these events that are coming up, the roundup, the auctions, the summer conference, please reach out to us, and we're glad to have you. So any questions in regards to bison?
Stuart, what's about our total head count now?
Okay, so between around 50 head, we try to maintain it down here at Sand Sage, 150 to 175 at Maxwell. And we do have the Bob Grant Memorial Bison herd down at Frontenac, which is just a display herd of 5 head. So 250, max, depending on the time of year. We cull animals every year because of the available grazing acres that we have. So, and the money from the auction that we get goes right back into maintaining those bison herds. On a statewide level, I just was asked this recently, how many bison are currently in Kansas, not just, in our holdings.
So public and private?
Yeah, public and private. Our best estimates are around 6,000 head. And that varies from private producers, state conservation agencies, and there's actually bison feedlots as part of the industry as well too. So that's kind of the current estimate in the state of Kansas.
Do we know if any of our bison are genetically pure?
That's been a big topic of conversation in the bison industry for the last several years, and a lot of that derives out of the Yellowstone herd. And
right.
We have done our own genetic testing down here at Sand Sage. Tom Norman is the manager down here. He's not here today, but Manuel is. the whole concept of genetically pure bison is a pretty heated debate, and will always be. I think, though, that they're seeing more and more that no matter what kind of testing you do, there's still some kind of domestic or cross species contamination in that, whether it be plains bison crossed with woods bison or a plains bison with some kind of domestic cattle influence. So that's still an ongoing thing in the industry. And it's hard for me to believe that anybody can say that their animals are 100% genetically pure. So,
but it's been so long that the cattle influences.
Yeah, right. But the research, and actually, I'm glad you asked it, because our agency is actively involved with not so much the genetic aspect of bison, but diseases and natural immunity. And Mycoplasma bovis is one of the big ones. We actually had an outbreak of it at Maxwell in 2006, where we lost a significant portion of our herd, and we've been vaccinating for it ever since. There's been several other outbreaks. So part of this summer conference coming up in June, we're going to have a panel of folks talking about mycoplasma. And it used to be a death sentence. I mean, there's still a lot of people that think that disease is a death sentence for bison, but if we can get some bison to survive that, retain them, keep them in the breeding population, what kind of genetic, resistancy will their offspring have that can really be beneficial in herd viability and maintaining those populations? So I'm really excited about being involved with that study specifically. So a lot going on in the industry, really. And from a national scale, we've really been fighting some issues in Washington called truth in labeling. And what I'm talking about there is a lot of pet food companies label their product as buffalo, or in fact, it's water buffalo and not pure bison. So there's actually some Truth in Labeling Act that's going through Congress, been introduced into Congress right now to address that. And if you're going to make pet food out of water buffalo, you're going to clearly define that on your labels. So just a national level issue that we're dealing with right now. So,
Mr. Stewart, Phil Escarino.
Yes, sir.
How do we compare with the rest of the states with the number of buffalo we have in the state of Kansas?
That we manage as a state agency?
Yes, or any other states.
As a state agency, we're pretty small scale.
Okay.
Take a look at Custer State Park and the thousands of head they have, and
well, we're not even going to compare
thousands of acres. There's a lot of Teddy Roosevelt National Badlands up in North Dakota has significant size herd and acreage. We have less than 10,000 acres that we're running bison on here, and that's just a fraction of some of those other state entities. So Kansas, we're in the region 4, which is Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, and Iowa. Kansas, out of those 4 states, we're probably the most viable and active in region 4 when it comes to bison. So I'm proud of that fact. But there's a lot of Kansas bison ranchers that are very heavily involved in the industry. But the Palo Duro Canyon, and we get a lot of the animals from the other state agencies that raise bison too, and it keeps our genetic purity where we'd like it to be too. So one of the interesting things about the herd that started down here at Garden City is, those initial animals were brought in 1924. 1925, 26, 27, we received some more animals that we are pretty confident derived from the Charles Goodnight herd, which for anybody that knows Charles Goodnight and the Goodnight Loving Trail that started in Texas and went up through Wyoming, Charles Goodnight invented the chuck wagon. It's a pretty unique history that I feel like we're a part of. So that's something we hang our hat on too.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, sir, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad Lovell, Secretary. So, Stuart, I've been reading for years about this, the conversations about genetic purity and all that. But from a management perspective, in terms of managing our herds, does that have any bearing on the decisions you make to manage those effectively?
It's not really a management, any bearing on the management. We're more interested in overall herd health, calf production, calf health, and it's not like we're doing this to make money. We have to cull animals via the auction every year to maintain our grassland, our grazing management. But we're more interested in overall herd health versus genetic purity. But it's interesting information to take a look at occasionally. And when the topic was hot, Tom did some of that down here at Garden, and it was interesting. And he was able to identify some genetic markers in a few animals that he thought, I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these animals because it doesn't match the majority of the rest of my animals. So it's an interesting study for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Anybody online, Jason?
Nope, I think we're good.
Any questions from the public?
Hey, Stuart, I found that pretty interesting. My question is, the bison herd is considered wildlife.
Yeah.
But we auction the bison off. Is there ever a hunt going to be available? Because that's kind of an interesting thing, and it's a big thing in Wyoming.
Man, I knew you were going to go down that trail.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm glad you asked that. That is something that has come up over the years. I've been actively involved with the Maxwell herd since 1993, so I have pretty close intimacy with that herd and the conversations surrounding that. And yeah, we do cull some annually, 50 plus head typically. And the reason we've done that versus hunts, keep in mind that back in the 70s and 80s, Maxwell was one of the central hubs where a lot of producers or would be soon to be producers would come and buy animals to start their herd. Back then there weren't that many animals like there are today. And so everybody would come to Maxwell to start their herds. And that kind of morphed into in the 90s and 2000s, we got more of the meat buyers that would show up. When Ted's Montana Grill came on the market and was all over the United States, we get semis to come and buy all of them just for Ted's restaurants. So the other issues that have come up with your question is, Maxwell's a high fence refuge. And what's the optics of having a hunt within a high fence refuge? Teddy Roosevelt National Park does hunts every year. Custer does hunts every year. It's not new territory in the industry or in the natural resource agency world. It'd be something new for Kansas. We've talked about, special type hunts for Make-A-Wish or disabled vets, something like that. So that we are still having those kind of conversations. It's just, it's at times has been kind of a sensitive subject, but we continue to discuss things like that. So, yep. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have the Cheyenne Bottoms update from Mr. Wagner and Mr. Torres. Gentlemen.
Yes, ready. Well, thank you all. My name is Manuel Torres. I am the Public Lands Regional Supervisor for the Southwest Kansas. My responsibilities range from Scott City to Great Bend and down to Medicine Lodge. Jason Wagner, getting ready to our opening teal season, is not able to be here today, so I will be presenting on his behalf as well. Some of my other responsibilities are a wetland grant writer for the Public Lands Division, law enforcement, budgets, youth programs, as well in Spanish and English. But today we're going to touch on Cheyenne Bottoms. Cheyenne Bottoms is a 41,000 acre basin as an entire. We, as of today, own 19,998 acres, which is the largest interior wetland in the United States. So I'm going to give you just a brief information on the Cheyenne Bottoms and the projects we've done. The Pittman Robertson started in 1937. In 1942 was the first land purchased of Cheyenne Bottoms, of what we know today as Cheyenne Bottoms. In 1957 was our first project that we started. And you can see the total there and the millions of dollars that we spent. So how do you manage something like that? Well, you bring in an A-team. This is our A-team at Cheyenne Bottoms. We have Gene Schneeweiss, who is our GMRT or General Maintenance Technician. You have his wife, Kim Schneeweiss. She is our heavy equipment operator. And then you have our Public Lands Wetland Manager, Jason Wagner. These two together, all these three individuals have received awards from Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks and Ducks Unlimited for their outstanding contribution to the wetlands in Cheyenne Bottoms. So this is what they take care of. I'm not going to read everything on there, but you can go through that. 40 water control structures, 26 miles of dikes. 19 parking lots. The list just goes on. So these individuals do a phenomenal job out there for us in our public lands. Cheyenne Bottoms is a wetland of international importance. I'd like for you to look at some of these numbers. 356 out of 482 shorebirds use or birds use Cheyenne Bottoms. It is estimated that 45% of North American shorebirds stop there. In 2022, over 600,000 shorebirds visited. And of course, in that time frame, there's also about 1.5 waterfowl that stopped at Cheyenne Bottoms. So definitely a wetland of importance. So we're going to go, when we make decisions, there's something that's important. When we make decisions in our state agency, we always take the fact that we want to protect and preserve our natural resources. But we also have to look at what we are doing to our local economy. In 1987, there was the economic impact study, and it showed that $2.8 million came into Kansas. Of that, $1.8 million came into Barton County. So that is a lot of funds that we have to also manage for. So when we're doing these management practices or all these decisions that we make, we take everything into consideration. Annually at Cheyenne Bottoms, we have about 60,000 visitors. The hunter data. On average, these are the 100 days that we have. I want you to look at line 2, approximately 53% in 2021 to 2022 was out-of-state hunters who also bring money into our local economy. And those individuals came from 32 different states. This is a quick overview of how we bring water into Cheyenne Bottoms. There are 2 creeks up there that are not shown. Up there, if you can see the purple line, that's our inlet. I want you to pay attention to the red line here in a little bit. The yellow line is the Arkansas River, and the 2 orange lines are emergency spillways that help keep Great Bend safe during floods. So we're going to talk about some past and present projects. In the 1990s, there was a $17 million renovation. We have the Arkansas pipeline, which was that red line. We had that project also, then it started in 2013. In 2018, I wrote a grant for Cheyenne Bottoms, which is a wetland grant, a PR grant, and that is currently a $6.9 million grant. So if you guys remember that red line, there on the right is what it used to, that's 5 miles from the Arkansas River to the dry wet Walnut that water had to go through. As you can see, there's significant erosion. We couldn't get water there in a timely manner. So in 2013, that project started where we put in a pipeline that's a 5-foot pipe that goes 5 miles. So that actually helps deliver water quicker. It helps with settlements into Cheyenne Bottoms. And of course, when you build something like that, there really is not much that can go wrong until you introduce this guy. A couple of weeks ago, he decided that he would build a dam right inside our 5-foot pipe. And it took our managers and that crew that you saw about 2 weeks to get this cleared up. It's pretty amazing what they can do. Present, in 2018 to present, that $6.9 million grant was funded by wildlife fee funds that were funded by the waterfowl stamp. DU did a Bring Back the Bottoms campaign, and they assisted with some funds there. Feel free to go out there. These are some of the things that we've done. There's no reason for me to read them all off. This grant has been a phenomenal thing for us. I want to show you this. Out of the 19,998 acres, we have potential of 13,400 acres, surface acres of water. Keep in mind, that's not the case right now. Some of the challenges we have at Cheyenne Bottoms is obviously silt, cattail, and Phragmites. In the last 5 years, our staff has worked on 5,000 acres of cattails and Phragmites. Of course, you work on them one day and the next day they're growing again. Equipment's always a challenge for us, keeping it going and fresh. Keep in mind, some of this equipment is very large equipment. And just like any other division out there, staffing is always an issue. I want to bring you up to current conditions for those of you who are planning to go to Cheyenne Bottoms. There is just very little water out there. All the water we have right now is going into 3A. We should have 5 to 6 inches, 10 to 11 inches of water in 3A. Pool 2A, you do have 500 to 600 acres, but that's a very, very large pool, and it's all going to be ankle deep water. So if you're going to go after them out there, you better be physically fit, okay, because it's going to be tough. Pool 5, we do have a little bit of water there, but it's only about 150 acres. Our storage capacity, which is 1A right now, it's all we have. We do have 20 inches of water, but unfortunately, the way the silt is and everything, we're not able to get it all out of there. I will tell you that our habitat conditions are just awesome. If it rains, I would encourage you to come out to visit. Remember, we do have a check-in, check-out system. So that's just a brief update on Cheyenne Bottoms and its history. So I'll entertain any questions.
So what should the water depth be in pool 2 there?
Well, so pool 2 it varies. So pool 2 comes in from 2 different sources of water. We really don't control that. It's all off rainfall. It could be up to 20 inches. Favorably, Jason would probably keep it in that 15 to 20 because it is a motorized boat. But that's a 3,400 acre pool, I believe. Yeah. But right now, we just don't have the water. All the rainfall that we had just didn't hit where we needed it. Yeah.
Commissioner Escarino, it's my understanding that they're with the windmills in the area that they do a spraying of the ground in the particular area that kills some of the vegetation that the birds eat on and you know.
So currently, and probably our windmill experts aren't here, but currently we don't have windmills that are up within that range of Cheyenne Bottoms.
Okay.
I know there was 3 or 4 years ago, there was a company that came out from overseas, but then once they realized the location that they were talking about and the wetland and the importance of that wetland, they opted not to look in our area.
Okay, but they still, it's my understanding, they still spray on an annual basis. According to a call that I received from a constituent, that they still spray on an annual basis, if not twice a year.
Yeah, and I'm not sure which location you would be talking there, as far as specific.
Okay, it's my understanding was to the north, so.
Okay, I would have to, they can reach out and let me know where that's at.
Okay.
There is guidelines, and I am sure that most of those windmill companies are pretty particular about what they're doing, because it won't take long if they do something incorrectly.
Like that, yeah.
Manuel, is there any pipelines close by that they might be aerial spraying on for annual maintenance?
I don't know of any pipelines. I mean, there is some that go through there, but
unless they're talking about our contracted Phragmites spraying with helicopters.
Yeah, no, we do.
We do some in
we spend we do a phenomenal. I mean, we spend $50,000-$60,000 on chemical alone. Some years we will get a helicopter to come out and spray. We will get airplanes that come out and spray, and that's all due to invasive species. Well, it's not invasive. Cattail and Phragmites control.
Gotcha. That may be what they're.
But our managers are targeting that.
Okay.
Our wetland management plan obviously is also a spring migration that we have to plan for. So it's just not waterfowl hunting. We have to look out for our shorebirds that are coming through.
Okay.
As it said in there, we estimate that 45% of the shorebirds will stop there at Shine Bottoms.
Okay. Well, they mentioned a helicopter coming in and spraying, so I bet that's
it, and that is that is for control of Phragmites.
Okay.
And cattails.
Okay.
Especially in pool 2 right now. This last year when it was dry, they did a phenomenal job of getting in there and controlling some of that.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary Lovelace. Yeah, a couple points that you and Jason have educated me on over time. One was you took great advantage of the dry conditions a year ago. I know they went over and over those acres physically with discs and things like that to kill them when they could dry them out and really hurt those, avoiding the use of chemicals in those cases. The other is with the improvements you've made, I know you've taught me that effective wetland management is all about being able to move water on and off when you want to, because that becomes a real important part of you being able to select for those annual plants that are so valuable to those migrants and away from these perennial grasses that can get in the way.
Mm-hmm.
All our projects that we do throughout the history, you'll see that it's all about protecting and conserving our natural resources and managing our water when it's available. When our water is all based off rainfalls. And it's not like we can just turn the pump up and, fill 19,000 acres up of water. So our managers, our crew, they're really good at it. They communicate on a daily basis of what they're going to do for that year. So
where does Phragmites come from? Where that is that invasive species? Where it comes from?
I think Rich has got the answer for us.
So I think that the invasive Phragmites we see a lot here now was actually originally introduced and utilized with mine restoration activities. And so I actually spent a bunch of time in Southern Illinois, and that's one of the first locations it was introduced as a cover species. After mining activities wrapped up, they would put Phragmites on the ground, and that species does particularly well, too well. And so that invasive nature of it in wet habitats, it can be a real bear to control. And so, the chemical, when you're drying out and you're plowing it and tilling it, it's a real battle. But generally, I think most of it was unanticipated consequences of an introduction that humans did for.
Do we know where it originated from?
Where's it? Actually, I don't know the answer to that. Where it's from, but yeah, there are a couple of species of Phragmites, but the one that we face, the invasive species, is a pretty tough one, and I believe it actually may be a hybrid species. But yeah, I'm not sure the actual.
And no benefit at all to wildlife.
Relatively limited. So it's cover. So I guess you could say there's some benefit there for some species. And, you know, maybe there's something that could rely on it, but it's pretty limited. It forms a monotypic stand. It's really dense and it doesn't produce a lot as far as food resources. It doesn't produce a lot even for invertebrate resources for waterfowl to feed on and stuff. So it's a pretty limited benefit to wildlife species overall, but it's really thick. It's really hard to get through. And so maybe, you know, something could hide in it relatively well. So I guess you could say, it's hard to say there's no benefit of a species, but it's certainly limited versus what the native vegetation would look like. And the cattail species can be that same way, as similar issues, but less severe, I guess. Phragmites is really tough to control. Cattail, we can get a handle on if we get the right conditions, especially drying out. We can usually do a pretty good job, and we can utilize chemical. Phragmites, even when we do our best at times, it still spreads and still sticks around. But cattail, same kind of thing. It'll replace a lot of the species are there and just be a monotypic stand of cattails. And if you ever tried to walk through it, there are some species that utilize it, but it's of limited benefit versus a lot of the other species, the diversity species that would be out on Cheyenne bottoms otherwise that kind of benefit a lot of bird and other wildlife species. And yeah.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Cross, I might just add on to that too, that, you know, that's one of our biggest challenges on our public properties is we spend thousands of dollars and thousands of man hours every year controlling things or trying to control things like Phragmites, cattail, Sericea lespedeza, other noxious and invasive species. But when all the water systems above our properties are chock full of them, you know, any flood event or high water event, we might think we have a handle on things. And the next flood event or high water event, we have a whole new influx of seed bank that's deposited. So it's, I don't know if you want to call it job security or what, but it's one of the biggest aspects of what we do in public lands is invasive and noxious weed control. So
yeah, I remember when we did that tour of the strip pits, we had that issue over there as well. So looks like it's pretty tough to get a handle on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any questions from the commission or online?
I have one more question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sporer. Sorry.
Hey, Commissioner Sporer, is there any movement from the Kansas Department of Agriculture to list the Phragmite as a noxious weed?
Commissioner Sporer, Stuart Straw here. So I've been on the Kansas statewide noxious weed committee. Dustin Mingarelli, Public Lands Regional Supervisor out of Topeka, is currently serving. Phragmites is one of those species that has come up for the last several years. While there has not been a determination made up to this point, I know the last discussion I heard was that it could be considered in the future, possibly a county by county basis, whether they wanted to list it as noxious or not. If you get further east, you don't see it. You know, just like out here, you don't see teasel, but in the east, you see teasel. You don't see Sericea lespedeza here, but you do out east. So I think they're not wanting to implement it out on the statewide basis, but county by county, the distinction is probably the conversation that's still ensuing with Phragmites.
Yeah, I wondered if there's any cost share with some counties. I had heard that there's cost share to try to control the Phragmites. And that's really what needs to happen is some type of financial cost share to get people motivated to start taking care of them.
Control.
Yeah, and there's a whole list of other species. Old roll blue stem is one of the big ones that is really becoming a problem just as rapidly as Phragmites is. And, you know, so there's always things on that list and new ones waiting to be added to the list, unfortunately.
I had a question with regards to a company from Spain that is looking at a project in close proximity of Cheyenne Bottoms on a solar panel project. And are we taking a stance with regards to that project and have we maybe showed cause to why we would be not in favor of them putting that in close proximity of there because of the migratory birds that come fly through there? And
yeah, Brad Lovelace, Secretary. We've had a lot of discussions on that. What we're handicapped by is that company has never sent us data on where exactly they would locate that.
Mhm.
So we don't really have the basic data to make a response on about the location of that and whether
Okay.
it's a problem or not. So we've made it clear that we haven't received those data. We're glad to evaluate it if we do. The county could try to compel that developer to share their data with us. But right now that hasn't happened, but everybody's aware, including the governor, about that project. And so we're just waiting to see if the county makes a decision on their own. If they call us in for help, we'll be glad to assist them and do our part of the evaluation. But we just haven't seen those data yet or that request.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else, Jason, online have any questions?
Nope, I think we're good.
Got one here.
Questions from the public here? Yeah.
Andrew Clark, Hayes, Kansas. I'm a user of the bottoms, and I just want to let everybody know how appreciative we are for Emmanuel, Jason, and that crew's work that they've done in the last several years. You can really tell a difference. It's appreciated. Thank you.
I'll let them know. Thank you.
Yeah. Manny, thank you to you and your staff for managing that area for us. With no other questions on this topic, Manny, you'll stay up there, and it looks like you have Southwest Kansas youth programs.
Yes, if they're here somewhere.
No, I don't see them. Good. Are they out there?
Oh, so
Other.
yeah, they
Yeah,
should
they're
be coming. So I was tasked to do a presentation on Southwest Kansas Youth Program. One of the topics that came up was Real Men with Real Leaders in that organization. I took the time, gave them a call, and actually came to Garden City to visit with them, to see what the program is all about, to see how it fit into Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks and our outdoor programs and so forth. I can tell you that after spending an hour or so with them, probably longer than that, and discussing the program, there was no doubt that these individuals needed to present here. What this program does is above and beyond any other program that I've ever been around or even associated with. They take young men and actually not only mentor them, starting to mentor them in the outdoors, but teaching them how to be part of a community and how to be outstanding young citizens. So with that, I think it's best that if Ronaldo Mesa and his staff take over and do the introduction. And when they're done, I'll come up and finish up on a couple things, and then you guys can ask them all the questions you want.
Okay, thank you.
So Ray?
Thank you.
Yep.
Man, you guys don't get a break. You guys keep just rolling right on through. I looked at the agenda and said, wow, a lot of stuff going on there. But I want to thank the commission for having us. I want to thank Manuel and especially Phil Escarino, because Phil is a former board member. Okay, and he's with us a lot of years, and we're sorry that he just recently retired off the board, because he retired from work, and I know him and his wife was instrumental as well. Susan worked for us for about 3 or 4 years, and she really helped us establish the office, the administrative part, and also helped Jonas with the programming. So Phil, thank you so much. And thank you all for allowing us to visit with you a bit. My name is Ronaldo Mesa. I am the executive director for Real Men, Real Leaders, and have been for about 2 years. You want to click that for me? Yeah.
We may need to step around that other side there.
There you go.
They're right.
Yeah.
So this is just a quick introduction here. You're going too fast there for me, Gabe. Back off.
There you go.
So Gabe Gallardo is our board president, and right here with me as well is Tim Sperry, and he's the assistant to the programming for us, along with Jonas. Jonas cruises to that blue shirt to the left on the bottom. You have Tim, and then Linda Lanston there in the maroon, or not maroon, but pinkish outfit, hot pink, I guess. She's our office administrator. And then some of the others there, like I say, not all the board members are up there. We have right next to Linda is JJ Gonzalez, and going on up is Josh Biera, who's a highway patrol. JJ works for the sheriff's department, by the way. Then we have Josh Biera with Highway Patrol, and working to your left, that is Laura Walsh with Charles Stone School, of course, Gabe, and then Bob Arliano, who is with the city electrical department, and then a counselor at the Bernadine Sitz. And I will tell you, Janet Kinnemer, those two women up there are so key to us in there was motive getting them on the board, because most of our students come from those two schools, Bernadine Sitz and Charles Stone's. Okay, they're 5th and 6th grade centers, and they help us actually recruit these young boys. And along with, we get other, suggestions or people refer. Hey, we think that this young man could use your services, or the parents say, hey, we'd love to have our boy in your program. And I tell you what, it's really blown up. We have a waiting list of young boys that would like to be a part of what we do. And it's real gratifying to see that we are making an impact. We've been around for about 14 years. Okay. But and I think in 2012, we became a leadership program. In the last 3 years, we really strengthened our programming, both in leadership and volunteerism. And so go ahead and go into who we are there. So anyway, how it all began, there was a group of us that came together about 14 years ago that was very concerned about what we were seeing with our youth, especially in the Hispanic community. There was a high dropout rate. There was truancy going on. There was gangbanging going on. Our little girls, high teen pregnancy rate going on, to the point, and I don't know if y'all may not remember this, maybe you didn't see it, but there's actually an episode on Johnny Carson that brought up Finney County, Garden City, about the high teen pregnancy rate years ago. And that's something you don't want to be known for, but it was on one of his episodes. So we felt like we needed to make a difference. If we're going to, we can't always be complaining about what's going on in the schools, what's going on in law enforcement, what's going on with the parenting. We wanted to make a difference. And so we stepped up and said, okay, we're going to form this group. And really was patterned off of an organization out of Wichita called Real Men, Real Heroes. And that was aimed at the Black community there. We were going to team up with those guys, but things didn't work out, and that's okay. They're doing very well. They're still existing today. We went our way, and since then we've really grown. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So what we do with our boys, we introduce a leadership program to them. Okay, and it's based on those 5 areas. Actually, there was 8 areas, but we combined a few areas. And these boys get an opportunity to earn these challenge coins, provided they finish the programming. Okay, and they are leadership and organization. That's number 1. Personal management and wellness. Family, family down is another one, which we all know family is important, regardless of your situation, regardless of where you come from. Okay, communication literacy is another coin, and citizenship. That's our core area that we concentrate on for our 5th grade boys and introduce them to. And they have to earn these coins, and they have to show up. If they miss over 3 or 4 times without an excuse, we have to excuse them. I'm very firm about that, because, they can get a little, excuses and so forth, or not even an excuse, and we just can't let that happen. Okay, because then you're allowing them to develop a pattern. And so we've had to dismiss some of our boys for a variety of reasons, and because we have a waiting list. We have boys that want to enter our program, and I let them know right off the bat. So for our 6th grade students, we do something a little different, because the former 5th grade students are now 6th graders, right? And they've been introduced to our program. They know what we expect out of them. So there's 4 core areas that we concentrate there on. It's government, private, public, and social sectors. If you take a look at those sectors, you can add church to that, or religion if you want, or church, I guess, would be faith would be one, which we don't get into faith, we don't get into politics. We kind of stay away from those two areas. But those areas are very important because they make up a community. and we introduce those kids to those different areas of the community and tell them how important it is and leaders within those areas. Okay, so that's for sixth grade. In fact, what we challenge our sixth grade boys to do is they have to come up, they're going to provide a lunch for the first responders. Okay, they did it last year. They put the whole project together. We're their guide guy. We give them some tools, resources, but they have to put it together. We tell them, this is your opportunity to shine. Okay, this is what you're teaching. You step up to the plate. You take hold of things. We ask you to do something, you do it. And I tell you what, last year was, man, it was a huge success. We had over 75 first responders show up to lunch. And it was just awesome. And we still get not complaints, but comments about that, how well done it was. So with our boys, it is a little different. And what we're trying to accomplish is keep these boys involved until they're out of high school. Okay. And so we're working on some things for the 7th and 8th grade boys. One of them would be to help them to get ready to learn how to drive. Okay. Because at some point, they're going to have to learn how to drive to school or to work. Okay. And here in Garden City, I don't know where it's like anywhere else, but there's a lot of, you just don't, when you get to high school, there's a lot of, you just don't get in to take driver's ed. Okay. They only take so many. And then the other kids got to figure out, okay, what, how am I going to get this done? So that's one of those things that we hope to do with our young boys, keep them on track, to keep them going, goal setting, financial literacy. These are things these young men are going to learn, hopefully, as they continue their education careers here in Garden City. The other thing, would go ahead and, well, I guess I should say, after the completion of the program, we have a banquet. We recognize them and for the work that the accomplishment they've done. Last year at our banquet, we had over 350 people there, over 190 parents and students, all our former students, because we've served over 250 young boys now. Most of them came back for this, okay? And it was just amazing to see. We filled up the community college gym. I mean, it was full. And of course, we had business there and sponsors there. And it was just gratifying again to see how much people appreciate what we're doing and to see what these boys, were able to accomplish. So we provide that banquet and man, it was a big hit. The other thing we teach is servant leadership. Okay, we call it servant leadership. I think you've heard that before. And that in order to become a good, effective leader, you got to learn to serve other people first. So they have faith in you. They believe in you. You're a man of your word. Okay. Yeah. We tell our boys, we don't expect perfection. That's when we say real men, real leaders, real men to us is a guy who actually makes mistakes, no matter how big or how bad or, they are, but makes mistakes, but corrects himself and gets back on track and then say sorry or apologize for those who you may have hurt. Okay, that's what we mean by real men, real leaders. It's not this macho thing that we've come up with all of a sudden. It's something that teaches boys that through your mistakes, through your failures, you'll become successful if you just stay with it. And we're here to help you. That's what we're here for. We do have a summer program, and it revolves around drugs, drinking, just the bad habits, vaping, just a variety of things that just aren't healthy for them, and their bodies. So they get to learn. We bring a lot of law enforcement come in and teach out. There is Live Well. Finney County Live Well comes in and teaches a class as well to our boys. Some of the things the older boys, we picked a group of our 7th graders to go meet with the governor. We had an opportunity to meet with the governor. And I talked to our representatives here, and I served a couple of years in the State House, so I kind of know, how it goes there. And I knew that maybe they'll draft a resolution on our behalf and read it on the House floor, because I've seen that done. So I asked Representative Clifford and Lewis and Dahl, Senator Dahl, to see if they would be willing to do that, and they did. They drafted a resolution on the House floor, one for the House floor and one for the Senate, and they were read to the members. And that was an awesome day, because these boys, many of these boys probably would never have an opportunity to visit the Capitol or the governor or the representatives. So that's our goal, is to expose them to people and not just leaders. We tell our boys, you can be a leader at home. Help your mom, pick up the trash, do the dishes, get your room ready, get ready for tomorrow morning, get your clothes ready. You know, that's what we're trying to teach them. Are we going to save a lot of these boys or all of them? No, we're not. But we're going to sure darn try as many as we can. And so that was an awesome trip. And now I'm glad that we're developing a relationship with the Kansas Wildlife and Parks, because this is what we need. The other thing that was instrumental, and I have to give kudos to Outdoor Mentors, and Bobby Cole is here. Okay, is right there, back there. He found out about our organization and approached us, I believe, about it, having the boys learn about hunting and fishing and conservation. And at first, Jonas was a little skittish about that, because these are young boys. The whole gun situation. I said, Jonas, it's the perfect thing. I said, gun safety, learning how to be a hunter and a fisherman, and also respecting the land that you're hunting on and the landowners. All that is good stuff. So we went forward, and lo and behold, that thing went crazy as well. And Mr. Jameson's here. He's allowed our boys to hunt on his property. We appreciate that. We thank you so much. It started out with 10 boys. Now we have 20. Now we have 30. Now we're getting closer to 50 young men that learn how to fish and hunt, and conservation, and they get certified. It's a lifetime certification is what I understand. So, and many of these boys have never, there's fathers missing. Okay, a lot of these boys live with their mothers, and some of them have both parents as well. Some of them have no parents. They're living with their grandmother or an aunt. Okay, and I want to say something else. I think there might be a perception, I could be wrong, that this is just tailored for boys who are struggling in a community, for the Hispanic or minority community. That's not true. We'll accept any boy that wants in our program, okay? And try to help them, try to educate them and help them become leaders. I want to make that very clear. Initially, that was the focus, because that was where the issues were. But reality, we've got to be open to everybody, and that's what we want to do. And so we have boys who are very intelligent. We have some kind of in the middle, and some of those who struggle. They do struggle, okay? But we try to help them any way we can, and we tell them we're going to be with you, hopefully, till you get out of high school. And then if you decide to go a 4-year institution, 2-year institution, go to work, whatever it is, technical college, we're going to help you get there. That's our goal. I don't know if Gabe has anything to say. I know I'm not following it. I have trouble following slides. I feel so passionate about it, I just want to speak. Okay, so forgive me for not following the slides. Besides, I'd just be reading it anyway. So lastly, I want to share that or next to the last, I guess. Here are some of the things that we're going to look forward to, okay? We just started a podcast. And not for me to get on there, I am the host, and not to just shine the light on adult leadership or leaders. It's about our young boys, okay? Let's hear their story. Let's see what they have to say. Let's see their desires, their passions, what they want for their future. We started a podcast a few months ago, but we relaunched it. We have our own studio. It's not ours, but one of our social media guy, Edgar Mesa, no relation, is a photographer, and he has a studio. So that's where we do our podcast now. We will interview leaders that are in community, whether they're in education, city, county. It's going to be a variety of folks. Okay, but mainly it's geared towards our students. One of the other things, we hope to create a magazine to tell stories of these young people. Have our own very own yearbook. We're talking about having a yearbook so these young men have something to see, just like they would in a high school. We're like I said, I think I said earlier, we might hopefully get into defensive driving, teaching these young boys to drive is going to be added to our programming. And of course, expanding our program all the way up to the top till they're done. And lastly, because we get asked this so many times, why don't you start a girls program? You guys are doing such a great job. What about our girls? Well, we're going to have that conversation with Women of Purpose, an organization here in Garden City next week. I'm not saying we're going to do it, but we need to start that dialogue because there's a need there as well. When I walk, it breaks my heart. Something I didn't mention. When we started this fine-tuning our leadership program, our boys would come to our program and do very well. They would do what we asked them to do and perform well. But then when I was finding out, they were getting their butts in trouble in school. They were still getting in trouble. Grades weren't very good. So I went to the superintendent. I said, well, I talked to the guy, we got to do something. We can't be patting these guys on the back when the teachers over there, they're having trouble with them and they're probably laughing at us. We're a joke, you know? So I did go to the superintendent and I asked if we could start seeing their grades and their behavior. And lo and behold, he said, Ronaldo, I support that. I think that's an excellent idea. So we got an attorney involved, okay, to put together the document. And now if the parent doesn't sign off during the application, you know, it's part of the application process, then their son's not going to be in our program. It's just that plain and simple. And we've been called. I've been called a few times, and I don't go in there to hammer the young boy. I go in there to lift him up, to let them know, you know, this is not how we teach you. This is not how you act. Jonas goes with me as well. And they get back on track. They get back on track. And then lo and behold, you know, they're fine. You know, we don't have too much trouble with the same kid. If they get out of line once, it's usually just once. But anyway, I don't want to, Gabe, did you have something to say?
Share some things. So we've come a long way and we have a long way to go. So Real Men, Real Leaders has been blessed with the support of the community, but it takes a lot to run this program. We pick the kids up after school, take them to the programming. There's activities that they do. They have an educational presentation. And then also we promote wellness. So they have some physical activity. We feed them and then we take them home. And so all that takes a lot. We'll be feeding 60 kids every week this year. And volunteering. Yeah, volunteering. They're volunteering about every weekend. This weekend, they have the fiesta. They have the Kansas dinner that they're serving at. And it's a great organization that teaches these boys the value of leadership, not just within our program, but like you said, at home, at school, with your friends, wherever you're at, you're a leader. You know, you don't have to be the CEO to be a leader. You can be the custodian and do what you're supposed to do, act with integrity, be responsible. And I think that's what we're lacking is, you know, responsible men. And this is an organization that we're seeing great things happen. We have a scholarship program. And so we have kids in college right now serving the military. Jonas gets calls for recommendations for employees. Business owners call them and say, hey, do you have some kids? This is what we're looking for. Do you have anyone that would be a good fit for this? And Jonas has placed several kids. So they're being productive citizens. That's what we want them to be.
If I could add there, Pure Boy started working at Wendy's, okay? And she was so impressed that she will take any one of our boys who's looking for a job now. She just supports us. And we, you know, that's an example of what we're trying to do. But yeah, they walk in, if she knows they're from Real Men, Real Leaders, she'll hire them, she said.
Yeah. And they learn about our community, you know, and so many times we grow up in this little world, you know, in this little community that you grow up in and your boundaries are set.
we break out of those boundaries. They learn about our community. They learn about other communities, learn about government. They learn about education. And we have several businesses present to our boys, so they learn about the different trades and business opportunities. And so there's a lot going on with them, and we just expose them to different things. A trip to Topeka, some kids have never been out of Garden City. And so it gives them a great opportunity to learn that there's opportunities out there. There's hope. And so it's a blessing to be a part of. And we look forward to working with you all. Yeah.
We really do. Since now we've got the hunting and fishing piece of it. I don't know what that looks like, but this is huge, guys. I'm telling you, and ladies, it's huge. And our boys are really getting involved in the hunting and fishing. It keeps growing. And by the way, I'm hoping hopefully next year, we get to take a set of boys to the Air Force Academy to get them to see that. So there's a lot of things happening. It takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of time and commitment, but above all, passion. And I know that we all that are involved have a great deal of passion, including Phil, because Phil just said was so instrumental and he helped us with our golf tournament. And man, he's been a sweetheart of a guy because he believes in the program. But I want to thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if you have any questions, please.
We'll just hang on. We'll finish it up. So really quick, you guys know that they're passionate about what they're doing. And so how does this work for us? A mentoring group that is not outside or is outside of our outdoors. Well, how that works is the outdoor mentoring group stepped in and started becoming a partner, if you would. Just another avenue to introduce these kids out here. Obviously, you have the president, Mike Christensen, who was a Western Kansas man. You have Brittany French, born and raised. She's the CEO, was born and raised in Dodge City, Kansas. And then you have our coordinator, I guess I'm going to call him local coordinator, Bobby Cole, who is really instrumental in pushing some of these programs out here for us. He's also served in the, was that the Army? Yes, sir. In the Army. So thank you for your service. I appreciate that. So when they got involved, this is what happened. In 2022, they hosted 10 events, 200 education courses, all for this group. So now that we're tying together a good mentoring program to the outdoors. They've hosted over 20 events, and obviously Bobby's goals are to expand on that, on those goals. Here's a couple of the pictures of that doing, and what their whole hope is to gap this bridge between two organizations. But what I do want to bring out is we have a group who's doing phenomenal things, and then you have someone from the Outdoor Mentor steps up and does it. And then we have our own local folks who are doing their work. We have a couple here in our audience. We have Curtis. I know you've been involved in a lot of outdoor programs and assisting. We got Brent Clark, who's also been involved. We have a conservation officer who she's not here, Andrew Reese. She did 200 education classes in Garden City, one traditional, which is 2 days, working with the Garden City Police Department, getting students certified and Stop the Bleeding program. One class for the Real Men and Real Leaders, and another program that was over 50 students involved. So this partnership that we're building, it's a great opportunity for us. If you guys have any questions for this group, this would be the time.
Can I add one more thing, Manuel? We're not looking to stay in Garden City. We're actually creating a model. We've copyrighted our name. We'll probably copyright our material. We came up with our own curriculum. Okay, that's going to be the next step. We want to go to Dodge. We want to go to Little. We want to go across the state. Okay, and it's going to take a lot of people that believe in what we're doing and help us get there. And that outdoor group and the department is two key groups for us.
In closing, I do have a fly here for Southwest Kansas Youth Program. I got to do a little promo work here. It is a program that we've hosted since I've hosted since 2002. We will have raffles for shotgun, archery, BB guns. I believe we've invited outdoor mentor groups to take part of this program as well. So other than that, you guys have some questions, this would be the time.
I'd just like to make the comment to Bobby and thank you for reaching out to Real Men, Real Leaders and participating with mentoring those young men. They wouldn't have had a chance to hold a rifle or gun, shotgun. I seen where they've turkey hunted, they've been dove hunting, they've been trout fishing in the cold. They've done all kinds of different things where unless you've reached out to them, they would have never had that opportunity to do that. And I've actually witnessed one of the young men that went on a fishing trip. We were out camping, we were fishing. I was fishing right there beside him. The young man, I wasn't having much luck, so I just having a conversation with him and asked him what he's using for bait. I'm using hot dogs for bait. I said, well, what kind of bait is that? I said, I got shrimp, I got prepared bait, I got all kinds of stuff, and I'm not getting a bite. He said, you ought to be using hot dog. and so he caught, he had several on his stringer, and he said, sir, would you like some of these fish? He said, you can have them all. He said that, that's how polite these young men are when they know there's others that are struggling, and that they're taught to lend a hand. And that's exactly what they did. So thank you. Thank you for your efforts. Keep up the good work. I wanted to bring attention to you and the program because bringing those two together for the Kansas wildlife is amazing. So thanks for all your efforts.
Thank you. It's been a real honor to be a part of it.
Good.
Just comment, you answered one of my questions, but just so appreciate what you're doing. It's just fantastic. Adding the hunting and fishing to it, it's such a character building experience.
It is.
Just being outdoors and learning respect, but so I appreciate that a lot. Question you answered was, are you going to take this
on the road?
On the road, yeah, and when?
Well, we're working on that. Let's say we just recently completed our trademarks, and we don't want anybody stealing our name. And then we have a copyrighted material that's fluid. So we're finalizing this model that we speak of. And I'm hoping maybe next year, I've had an interest from a police chief down at Ark City. Burr is his last name, Eric Burr. I don't know if any of you know him. Nice gentleman, found out about us, and how he found out about us real quick is that there was a Patterson Legal Group out of Wichita saw us on a commercial in Wichita. Okay. No, they put a commercial together for us. Is what they did. He found out about us through the Tumbleweed Festival. Let me back up. Anyway, one of the attorneys was here. Saw it, was impressed. He said, Ronaldo, Jonas, I want to talk to you about. We'd love to give you some money. Not only that, we're going to bring a television crew out here and interview. And that's going to be televised in Wichita for the whole month of March. Well, lo and behold, Officer Eric Burr saw that. Him and his wife were having coffee. He saw us. And he was impressed. And he called me, said, hey, he goes, how do I get you guys down here in Ark City? I kind of laughed and said, well, we're not quite ready, but you could be key and start one. So I went to go meet him, and we're having that conversation. So I'm hoping maybe next year, latter part of the year, we're really getting there.
Another question, what's your funding model?
Well, that's the other challenge.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. 40% of our funding comes from grants. 60% comes from fundraising and local sponsors, local supporters, people that believe in what we're doing. So our boys are very active in the community, and we've had people, we take them out to eat or feed them at every event, every meeting. We've had people at the restaurant just learn about us and say, hey, we'll take care of this. And those kinds of things. But we have vehicles, we have staff, we have someone to take care of them, to get these boys where they need to be and do what we're doing with them.
So 60%, will actually comes from a lot of individuals and groups and small groups. We do have a grant writer, but I hired her. She's Marcia Wynn, a wonderful person. She's out of Florida. She's remote. You don't need a grant writer sitting in your office. And that she's a professional. And what she has done for us is maintain, because Susan used to do it. Okay. But then Susan moved on and we needed to hire somebody and we needed great exposure. Well, Marcia had that because she was tied to Big Brother, Big Sister at one time. She was their national development director for a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So when she applied, I mean, I had 100 and some people apply for that job. And she was always at the top. And once we got to know her, I said, Gabe, we got to hire her. And what she's done for us, she hasn't gotten us some big money yet, but what she's done for us is maintain what we do have coming in from United Way Foundation, Western Kansas Community Foundation, United Way. She's given us exposure to national companies. We need that big time. They need to learn who we are and what we're doing. We met with Tyson recently. Although we were denied, I was very disappointed in that. A lot of those kids come from their parents worked there. And we weren't asking for much. Now, that's okay. I know they get a lot of requests. Okay, but my gosh, that's a personal feeling. They've been in Garden City, Finney County over 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
They do give a lot in other ways. But here we're building young men in this community, and you would have thought they would have given us just a little bit of money to help us further our mission. And maybe they will. I'm not
served a lot of kids, and there's still people in our community that haven't heard about us, and we learned that recently. Talking to some organizations, and they want to learn more about us. So we appreciate the opportunity to come before people and share our story. Our kids are out in the community. People see them, but really don't understand what they're doing. These kids aren't in trouble. They don't have to be there to serve, but they want to be there to serve. And they'll do anything. I mean, we've adopted the highway 2.5 miles Northwest 156 past Walmart, 2.5 miles out and back. They go out, pick up trash. They pick up trash on Tally Trail across town, out in, Cottonwood Apartments, Towns Riverview. They go out and try to keep our community clean so they have value in our community. And just those types of things build character, build integrity. And, like I said, we appreciate all
again. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. So if there's anybody reporting about the Tyson comment, just I meant that in a nice way. We're still going to kind of tweak that a little bit. We think we'll get some funding from them, but that's what we need. We really need that if we're going to take this on the road, and we want to. We've been asked by other communities besides our city. So
surrounding communities have called us and asked us to bring it there. We've invited people in. We've had a few come and meet us and learn about our program, and with the hopes of starting that one day in their community. We had a pastor from Missouri come to our annual banquet.
He was
year. Yeah, he sees a need in his community, found us online, and just really has a heart for it. So a lot of promise.
Sorry, running over. I know you guys probably got
appreciate it.
And it's hot if you have something. It's hot.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation today. We appreciate that and the job you're doing today. Okay, with that being said, let's go ahead and take a break and meet back here in about 10 minutes, about 2:33. please. All right, we're now up to the first general public comment on non-agenda items section. We have several people online that may want to speak as well. So if we can hold our comments to 3 minutes, please step up to the microphone if you'd like to speak on any non-agenda item, and we'll continue with the meeting. Please state your name and where you're from, please.
Will Coakley. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas, lifetime Kansas resident. I wanted to talk about out-of-state deer tag draw. Right now, the way that it works, you guys all know that the percentage of people drawing is going down every year. And I'm an outfitter, landowner. There's many of us who are. I'm speaking for several. We would like to present a win-win situation, much like controlled shoot. I also run a controlled shoot for upland game. If we had, we'll call it controlled deer access, we would pay a premium and we would assign parcels of land and pay a premium for those land, just like we do for the pheasant hunting. And those would be parcels that we would be assigned tags to distribute as we saw fit. And then our out-of-state or in-state hunters would pay $1,000 or $750 for a deer tag to hunt on the controlled deer access. And then that way you guys get your money still, and then we get a control and be able to plan who we're going to have hunt. Right now, the problem is that several guys apply for a deer tag, and we have no idea whether we're going to have 3 hunters or 20 hunters. And it's impossible to budget. It's impossible to plan for. Many people don't even want to do it now because they can't plan travel, to get here. So it's really kind of an impossible situation to win with. So we're looking for a way. Outfitters and landowners are looking for a way to control deer hunting on our land we control. That's it.
All right. Will, thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Greg Beaker, Hays, Kansas. Good afternoon, Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission members and staff. My name is Greg Beaker, and wanted to thank you for making the trip out here to Western Kansas. Over the last few months, there's been back and forth discussion around banning feeding, some in favor, many against the ban. As this topic continues to grow, I wanted to do my best to hear all sides and gain as many perspectives on the situation as possible. And speaking with hundreds of Kansas residents, KDWP employees, out-of-state residents, the major topic that continues to circle up is the fair chase conversation. Many saying this is the primary motive for their personal support for banning feeding in Kansas. What I'd like to do today is to take a forward-looking approach and hopefully offer some solutions that can bring us all together towards a common goal, protecting our deer herd and specifically the mature trophy bucks in Kansas. So I was asked last meeting if I owned a feed business, and my answer was yes. It was started in June of last year, making feed in my garage in a cement mixer, hand bagging it and allowing customers to come pick it up. My goal, if hunters were going to feed deer, was to provide them with a healthier option for our deer herd versus buying products shipped in from other states on a retail shelf. If I made a little extra money to offset my hunting costs, that was a bonus. But that's not why I'm here today. 22 years ago, I harvested my first buck in Kansas and been hooked ever since. And I want to thank you all for the resources and the opportunities we have as Kansas residents. It is unmatched by any other state. To do that, I believe many people want to see the preservation of this. And I spoke with a lot of people around fair chase in that conversation. And is it a valid point? So is hunting over feed fair chase? Well, that's not for me to say. I think many have valid points, and maybe it is, maybe it's not. What I would like to do is provide a potential list of solutions for your consideration around what is fair chase that would protect our most important resource, and that's our deer herd in Kansas, along with allowing youth and disabled hunters better opportunities, Kansas residents, non-residents, our tourism revenue, business revenue, outfitters, and our local KDWP law enforcement officers. So before we go down this road, I want to make it known that I support all hunters however they choose to hunt, as long as it's within the legal ramifications of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Park laws. So based on the above, here are a few recommendations that might be worth considering from a lifelong Kansas resident who's an everyday guy. I don't own ground. I don't lease ground. I don't run an outfitting business. If protecting our deer herd is our number one priority, here's 6 recommendations that can make an immediate positive impact. Number 1, let's evaluate the Kansas any season resident tag. It's safe to say that technology has surpassed our resource and our seasons in Kansas. This would reduce the hunting pressure on the current 112-day hunting season while also allowing hunters the benefit to hunt whichever season they pick. For example, archery hunting gets the benefit of hunting the rut, but it's tougher. Second, evaluate the legal use of crossbows for anyone outside of youth and disabled. These products have become advanced and may not be classified as traditional archery equipment. Archery equipment wasn't intended to shoot over 100 yards. What we're looking at is an early crossbow season only during muzzleloader as an alternative. Considering following Western states and outlawing scopes on muzzleloaders during the early muzzleloader season, they're not intended to shoot 700 yards. With technology advancements, they become early season rifles in Kansas. Remove battery operated equipment from bows that allow 80+ yard shots with bows. I commend them for their ability to shoot long distances, but provided they can do it accurately without the help of battery powered equipment. Start rifle season on December 1st. And if we reach a point where we must do something around feeding, let's consider following Nebraska and putting in regulations where hunters may not hunt within 200 yards of a feed site, excluding youth and disabled. This would still allow hunters to supplement, take inventory of their deer herd, but would go back to a fair chase conversation and allow more of our 2.5, 3.5-year-old mature bucks to make it. Thank you for your time today. I hope you consider the above recommendations that would help everybody, including our deer herd in Western Kansas, but also those in Eastern Kansas as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate your comments. Anybody else in the room have any non-agenda items? Yes.
I would like to further push the fur bearing season as far as that goes. I know we dropped this, we're planning on recommending dropping the season dates for raccoon and possums to a year-round status, but also kind of would like you guys to consider allowing those to be grouped in with the night vision season with coyotes if we still have that season. That harvest is really important, and we need to stay on those for our ground nesting birds. I like to tell you that me and others support the KR 115 8-26, which is going to be discussed here later, about limiting non-resident hunting on public wildlife areas for waterfowl. And then I mentioned earlier setting up a quota on mule deer permits that are allowed, including muzzleloader and archery, which are currently over-the-counter tags. I'm an Ellis County resident. I have been since 2002. When I initially moved out here and hunted the area, it was 50-50 whitetails, mule deer. Came out to Western Kansas in the Oakley area, and tons of mule deer. And there still are a pretty good population out there. But in Ellis County, it seems like they've pretty well been decimated. You're almost seeing localized extinctions. So I'm just kind of pleading that we do something on that front if we can, as far as setting a quota and keeping track of that population as tightly as possible. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Anybody else here like to step up and speak on any non-agenda items right now? Jason, do we have anybody online with their hand up?
I just asked one more time just to make sure. Sorry, just like I didn't ask everybody.
I'd like to make a comment.
Don't have anybody raising their hands or anything.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Escarino.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment on the deer feeding that we received. I, as a commissioner, received tons of phone calls with regards to deer feeding and that. And I do appreciate the comments, the feedback that we're receiving. It does help educate us as commissioners with regards to what's right and what's wrong. We as commissioners are not experts at this. We have hired biologists. We have staff on board that gives recommendations to us that that's their job, is to gather the data and provide us with the most valuable information that we can receive to determine whether we are making the right decisions or not. we simply had a presentation on deer feeding that had some relationship to chronic waste disease, and it was all taken out of context by a lot of different people. And there was some information that went into that we were going to make a vote, and it was simply a presentation that gave us information with regards to chronic waste disease and deer feeding. And we are open to hearing any conversations with regards to the perfections of deer feeding, and having other presentations to us that help us make a determination if it was to ever come to a vote. Again, we appreciate the fact we're trying to communicate out that the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks has done a fantastic job at maintaining the deer that we have and the quality of deer hunting that we have in the state of Kansas. That's why we are one of the destined places to come to and hunt. And it's because of some of the things that we've done. And if we don't take precautionary measures to hear the information about what's going on and what's out there for us to make a determination of what's right and what's wrong, we're not going to be able to have those deers for those youth that we talked about earlier today. Those youth deserve the right to hunt turkeys and to hunt deer and that type of stuff. So that's our job. And I appreciate all the phone calls and all of the stuff, but sometimes enough's enough. When you start to receive 20 and 30 calls a day, and I guess just because I answer the phone, I guess maybe I shouldn't answer the phone and let it go to screen those calls. But I do appreciate the comments on all the information that we've heard thus far, and before there's even ever a vote, it's got to go there's a long drawn out process for us to go through. And some of the comment that were made on a brochure that went out to all y'all with regards to the potential baiting of deer and that type of stuff was somewhat correct, but not all the information was correct. And so I want to make sure we clear the air. We're communicating out so that we can make an intelligent or a good decision when the time comes, if it ever comes to that. So far, things have gone well for the Kansas Department of Wildlife and the deer feeding and how it's worked on the Kansas state-owned property and the lease property for the Kansas and they've done a great job. And it's again, we're just hearing information with regards to helping us later on down the road. So know that's if you'll know way ahead of time if we're going to vote, and you'll be able to come and make your comments and make your phone calls and all that kind of stuff at that time. So I just want to clear the air that we're trying to communicate that there is a chronic waste disease out there. Is it a problem? I don't know that it's a problem yet, but it could be later on down the road. So we're just trying to get it taken care of ahead of time so that we don't have that problem. So once again, I thank the staff for all of the information they've gathered, for all of the scuttle they've taken, the difficult phone calls they've had to answer to, and it's been a little tough. So it's been a rough couple of months for the commissioners, and I know myself. My wife says, "Who was that on the phone?" I was just another hunter voicing their concerns, and so it's one of those things that when I'm excusing myself from dinner or something to answer that phone call, I shouldn't be doing that, but it's important to me. So know that your comments are important, but know that there's not going to be any vote anytime soon, and it's one of those things that we're working towards resolution to. So, thank you.
Thank you.
What's that?
How would you define anytime soon? Is it still on the radar to?
I don't believe it's even on the radar. It's not, there's no radar out there that's showing that even on the scope. To my knowledge, the staff may have some other recommendations later on down the road, but right now there has not been anything on the radar that has indicated that anytime within the next year. It takes 1.5 years, 2 years for something to go into place. So, it's got to be heard. It's got to go to the Attorney General. It's got to go before the legislature. All of that stuff has to be looked at. And then it comes back to us for the language that's going to be presented to them for rules and regulations. So it takes quite a long process for us to go through before that even is even talked about for us to vote on. So know that's, I want to make a comment. One of our commissioners made a comment that if we were to vote on this today, based on the information we received today, we probably would make a recommendation or a vote to ban baiting. Well, that was based on the information we had today, and if we were to vote today, and a vote is not anywhere near on the radar screen as far as that. So did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I think there was a conversation in the June meeting.
We do need you to come up to the mic, please, so everybody can hear.
I don't want to prolong this anything more than it is.
Sure.
There was a conversation in the June meeting that you all voted, I think 6-0 unanimously to move forward with the conversation around banning feeding. Now, I'm not saying that was gold at the time. That's not the fluid situation changes. So just wanted to open the conversation. You came through Western Kansas. You're from out here. As a hunter, if I don't have the ability to feed and put cameras up, you saw how many trees we have.
Sure.
I have no chance of finding a good deer, hunting the most mature deer each and every year. And that's ultimately my goal. One deer, the biggest deer that's possible. So for me, this is a major impact. Take the feed business, throw it aside. I don't care. Yep. At the end of the day, it would be a big change to how we hunt in Western Kansas and our success rates and a lot of those around us. So just want to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Nice.
And I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, any of you out there that we have any intentions of telling people what they can do on their own private property. That's not our goal at all. But if it has an impact on the population of our deer, then we have no choice but to make some sort of decision to help mitigate those issues and those problems that create the problem for our deer that are out there. We are wildlife and parks, and we are in it for the wildlife, and that's what we've been asked to do. I'd say that's what we've been hired to do, but we're not a paid staff. We're a volunteer staff, and we're here to help make those decisions on behalf of the general public out there that helps the wildlife of our area. And we've been fortunate to have a good population. Unfortunately, the drought has made an impact on us here recently, but fortunately, we've had a fantastic opportunity to hunt the wildlife that we have in the state of Kansas, and we want that to continue for our youth and for our future hunters of Kansas. So,
and if we're considering the declining population, my ask would be, let's look at all the things that we can do to help with that.
Understand. Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you.
Commissioner Spore.
Please.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
I guess it's been a pretty rough couple of weeks, taking all the phone calls, as Phil has mentioned, on staff and the commissioners. And it really brings to light that the people that are most concerned about baiting are people that have financial gain in the business. And I guess I would encourage staff and commissioners to not get caught up in the money of this situation. I didn't become a commissioner to fight about money, I guess I got on to be inspired about the resource. And I guess I also have a concern about fair chase. My dad told the story that in the early 50s, there was a guy that drove out to his pasture every Saturday morning in a 57 Chevy and put out a bucket of corn at the same time every day. And he did that throughout the summer and the fall. Come rifle season, he traded that 5-gallon bucket of corn in for a 270. And I guess I have concerns about fair chase. If we're going to do anything with this, we've all gotten roughed up over the last couple of weeks. Maybe that's a start, is look at the fair chase aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Secretary, what's your budget for the Kansas Department of Wildlife?
Secretary Love's about $100 million.
And how much of that is brought in from out-of-state deer hunting? For per tags. So like it or not, Troy, this is about money for you guys, not just us. But this operation doesn't happen without money. There is no Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks without money. And so I don't think you can say, well, let's not worry about money, because money matters for all of us in here. We wouldn't be in here if it wasn't for money. It would be like if I told you, as I did in an email, if somebody said, let's ban asphalt because it is toxic to wildlife and we cannot have asphalt anymore. I'm sure that would cause you quite an uproar as well. So I think that money, well, whatever. Money is a part of everything. It makes it all work, and we can't run without it. So I think you have to pay respect for the people who are trying to earn money, as well as the farmers who are in dire straits right now with the drought. I mean, I can take you out to a cornfield right now and show you about 30% of it's gone because deer have eaten it. So, I mean, again, that's a choice. So if I can't sell deer hunts, I don't want to feed the deer with my crops that I'm raising. So maybe there isn't any more deer, Phil. I mean, I don't want to feed them if it's going to cost my livelihood. If I'm going to have to sell my land because I can't raise crops because deer are eating it all. Money is an integral part of this whole thing. So I think you should keep that in mind.
Greg Beaker, Hays, Kansas. Commissioner Spoor, thank you for your comment. I wish it was that easy of your story in the 50s. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of guys who buy a lot of feed from us from a feed business side that won't ever kill a deer this year because it's not that easy. So if you guys have hunted, I'm sure you have. If you dump a bucket of corn out, you don't just go kill a 200-incher on it. That's real. Take the feed business out of it. Again, me as a hunter first, if you told me I have to close my feed business tomorrow, I would just have a higher feed bill that I pay to go deer hunt. That's it. That's the reality of it. It's not as easy as putting feed on the ground and shooting a 200-incher. I've got 9 of them and I'll show them to you, and not one of them has been killed over feed. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, you said you had somebody online?
Yeah, we do. Clifford, I'm going to unmute you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Clifford.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. I'm not a techno wizard, but I guess we're talking. You can't see me, and that's probably good. Just a little background. First of all, my name is Dr. Cliff Shipley. I'm a veterinarian. I taught at the University of Illinois for 30 plus years, retired, but deer hunting and deer have been basically my life passion. And especially the last 20, 30 years as I've worked with both wild deer and farmed deer. You've picked the hottest topic. Deer hunting stirs emotions in people that I don't even see in politics or religion. It's more than that to most people. I want to touch on just a little bit of ethical stuff, because ethics seem to be driving part of your conversation. And I've been all over the country hunting and actually hunted out of country as well. The ethics locally are what they are. When I was in Virginia, they chased deer with dogs. they conduct deer drives. They stand hunt. People hunt over baits. People hunt over cornfields. People hunt over food plots. Do all sorts of things. Hunt over scrapes. So the ethical thing is, I don't try to dictate anybody's ethics. It's what that individual person has developed either through their lifetime or what they were taught or observed. I want to make a few scientific things here on supplemental feeding. First of all, I'll give you an example of 2 states that have never had wildlife feeding or baiting, and that's Wyoming and Illinois. Wyoming is probably the #1 place for CWD. In Illinois, we've had CWD spread in 30 counties, and no longer or never has Illinois approved feeding. In Michigan has 2 different zones, one where you can feed and one where you can't. And that's to control another disease that hasn't been mentioned called tuberculosis or TB. Those are the 2, CWD and TB are probably the 2 most talked about as far as health goes and passing disease on through baiting. But I will tell you that there's very little or no evidence, depending on who you believe, that the baiting drives the CWD in the area. And Wyoming and Illinois would be 2 great examples. Spread of CWD is primarily through social contact with deer. They groom each other. They have scrapes, mineral licks, licking branches. Their sexual behavior, where bucks contact the doe urine and are in contact with other bucks, etc., and through water sources and feed sources and all sorts of other things, is how we think some of the CWD is passed, but probably more CWD has been passed by man through hauling carcasses from one place to another or release of deer. And I'll blame the Colorado State and the Wyoming folks for selling deer that they at the time didn't know were contaminated with CWD, sold them and released them into wild. So hunting is a tradition in certain areas. The health factor, I don't think at this time, to the data that I have available to me, is your main factor in banning it. As a matter of fact, probably the leading deer researcher in the United States, Dr. James C. Kroll, has written extensively on the improvements of herd health through supplemental feeding. Increased body condition scores, increased winter survival, increased twinning rates, increased antler sizes. There is, and that data is readily available. And I encourage all that care about deer and deer feeding, supplementing, hunting deer just as wildlife to enjoy should try to read. And with that, I'll bid you adieu. And I would take any questions if somebody has any questions about supplemental feeding.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Jason, do we have anybody else online?
Troy raised his hand back again. Go ahead, Troy.
Yes.
Commissioner Spohr.
Commissioner Spohr, I'd like to ask how many bushels of product the hunting industry feeds wildlife in Kansas. Does anybody there know?
Mr. Chair, yes, Brad Love, Secretary. I don't believe we have any kind of handle on that number.
Commissioner, Secretary stated we didn't know for sure. Nobody here has that answer right now.
I asked somebody in the Kansas Corn Commission how much corn was fed and utilized in Kansas. And the answer I got was nearly 200 million bushels of corn goes to feeding livestock and 200 million bushels goes to ethanol production. It's 400 million bushels of corn. That's a big deal in Kansas. I just can't believe that feeding wildlife would even be a decimal point of that. I guess I've said it so many times, I've lost track of it, but that's why we're having public meetings is this isn't all about chronic wasting disease. It's about other issues. It's about our turkey population. We need to, and I just encourage everybody that's called and emailed and messaged me. That's why we're having the public meetings. Maybe we'll learn something as to why we shouldn't be feeding wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That it, Jason, for online?
That's it.
Okay. All right.
You gonna comment?
I just got a quick answer, just the Hayes co-op. Just make sure.
Yeah.
So I'll just give you some answers just on the Midland Marketing in Hayes, Kansas, one co-op location. Last year, they reported to me that they sold roughly 100 pallets of corn to deer hunters, which is roughly 4,000 50-pound bags, or roughly a bushel. So if we take that across 105 counties, 420,000 bushels.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's one per county. There's multiple per county, so it could be closer to it.
All right. The next item up on the agenda we have is the Secretary's remarks, the agency and state fiscal status. Secretary Lovelace.
Thank you, Chairman. Brad Lovelace, Secretary. Yeah, it's only been a few weeks since our last meeting, but we have updated our financials and wanted to share those. First, our park fee fund. This is derived from entrance and camping fees, as well as annual vehicle passes to our state parks. Total revenue year to date is $2.3 million. Revenue for July and August is similar to the same 2 months of last year. So we try to compare and see year by year, and we're very close to where we were last year. Revenue for this new calendar year, 2023, I'm sorry, for the calendar year that passed, 2023, was good. Cash balance as of the end of July, that calendar year, or that fiscal year, was $6.95 million. Next, our cabin revenue is combined from the rental of cabins in the state park system, and then the many fewer cabins located on our public lands. The cabin net revenue for July and August was just under $300,000. This is a slight increase from the previous year. Next, wildlife fee fund, our big fee fund, comes from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses, big game permits, tags, et cetera, to hunters and anglers. The wildlife fee fund revenue for August was $849,000, and year-to-date revenue is $1.66 million. August revenue was similar to revenue for recent years for the month of August. Cash balance in the wildlife fee fund on August 31st was $23.6 million, and that's just below where it was in July. So we're declining some, still a healthy budget to prepare for big expenditures that will be coming. Last, I'll mention the boat fee fund. This is derived from boat registrations and provides funding for safety, education, access infrastructure, and such to support the boating public. Receipts for August were approximately $177,000. That's an increase of $40,000 from August of the previous year. So that's a good increase that we're glad for. Balance in the boating fee fund as of the end of July was $2.74 million. That concludes my update, Chairman.
Thank you. Any commission have any questions?
Okay. Commissioner Cross, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Just to add to what the Secretary reported on, I thought some interesting information that I'd like to share that I just found out yesterday. Shanda Napick, our head chief of licensing, now that we've gone to electronic federal waterfowl stamps, this time a year ago, this exact week, we had sold up $8,000 worth. The same time frame this year, we'd sold $75,000 worth of federal duck stamps. So the initial thought is it's available online now. People are buying them early ahead of season, so they don't have to worry about it mid-season. we won't see the revenue from that in the coming months like we did in the past, because I think they bought that initially, but wouldn't it be nice if we continue to see that kind of revenue off that? But anyway, just thought some interesting information I wanted to share that was told to me yesterday. So
that's a substantial jump there.
Yeah. And again, I think it's just people planning ahead and wanting to get that federal stamp out of the way. And Shanda commented too that a lot of other states aren't offering that. So maybe other states are buying their federal stamp through us who may never hunt in Kansas too. So I don't know. Interesting.
Excellent. Good to hear you. Thank you for that. Appreciate that, Stuart. Okay. Now we have the workshop session with Levi Jaster. Levi's got big game permanent regulations. Levi.
All right, thank you. So fairly simple with the big game permanent regulations. These are the 115-4 regulations. At this time, we're not recommending any changes to the majority of these. The sole one that we are considering a change to is the equipment regulation. And it comes about because we've had some questions recently about the what materials a muzzleloader projectile can actually be made out of. Currently, the language in the regulation is that it's tumble upon impact, hard cast, solid lead, conical lead, sabot bullets, and some initial discussions with some folks in our law enforcement division are that because it indicates lead specifically, there are some common bullets now, and many of the other non-toxic options would not necessarily be legal in a muzzleloader. And so we're doing some internal evaluation looking at this, and the potential recommendation that may come forward, depending on our review, is that it would likely just strike out the word lead and leave it basically as is. We just strike that material requirement that way, and solves. Otherwise, it leaves it the same. So that's the one regulation in the 115 4 big game permanent regulations that we are at this time considering for a possible recommendation to change. Probably still bring these all of them back again to at least the next meeting, even though we're not recommending changes in case something else comes up though.
Okay.
And with that, that's what I've got on the big game permanent regulations.
Any of the commissioners have any questions for Levi on that?
I do have a question with regards to crossbow. The gentleman mentioned it earlier about the speed of a crossbow, how it fires faster than a muzzleloader, or the speed of a crossbow can be as fast as a rifle. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was my understanding. And is a crossbow considered a archery equipment?
So crossbow is considered archery equipment. It is not. It's pushing bolts at very fast speeds. They're also the bolts have to be pretty heavy to handle that power.
Okay.
But it's not pushing them as fast as a muzzleloader or as a rifle.
Okay.
You don't get a boom.
Okay.
And part of that rifle is not just the explosion of powder, but you're also going to be breaking the sound barrier with that bullet. So,
okay.
And it's the same reason why when you consider arrows and when people talk about speed and how they got to have a lot of speed to beat the deer and jump in the string, it's not going to happen because that arrow is not breaking the sound barrier.
Okay.
So the sound's always going to get there first.
Okay.
And the studies that been worked on with comparing crossbow and compound equipment, although I'm not aware of any that are within the last 4 or 5 years with some of those. Generally, the ranges that crossbows are used at are the same as compounds, maybe 5 to 10 yards farther. Yes, well, can you use a crossbow and shoot 100 yards accurately? Yes, you can. the ability to actually take a deer with that is pretty limited when you consider how much of a trajectory you have and how long it still takes the bolt to get there. And, you know, I would give that most hunters, you know, want to harvest that animal as ethically as possible.
Okay.
Now, are people potentially trying to take that shot? There may be folks that do take that shot, you know, and that again is, you know, part of the ethics of, you know your effective range under a hunting situation, not just on the range too, and know your equipment that way. So there's been certainly some advances in other things, and there's some additional equipment out there that's new that's somewhat maybe legal, some may not be. There's just kind of depends what it falls under. There's there's a crossbow where it's all everything's kind of wound in some spring type setups, and by the definition it's not a legal crossbow for this state because it doesn't meet the definition of what our equipment has under archery. So yes, there's some stuff out there that, maybe as we evaluate it, we'll need to make some considerations, but it's certainly, something that we are constantly looking at and as people bring into us. So it's just that with equipment, we usually need to, take some time to evaluate it before we make any recommendations on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Any other questions from the public for Levi on that issue? Okay, seeing none. Levi, let's go ahead to carcass movement regulations.
All right, so the carcass movement regulation, Jason, I've got the slides, just more of a reminder of the language. I won't read through these really, because we've seen these now several times as far as what we've talked about. Most recently, with it, it's the import into the state. Ideally, it's that we don't bring anything at all, but that's unrealistic. And so we've put together a list of what's the most, what gives us the best option of keeping out the worst parts and yet be able to let people bring stuff back from hunting in other places. And so that's basically with the import. It's not from any state. We're not going to look at any type of only from states with CWD detectives, just hit it from all, so we don't have to constantly update a list that way too. And then the next was that we were talking about was internal within the state and trying to find a way that did the best job of limiting movements, especially of those most infective parts without, completely overburdening everybody as far as dealing with this. The current place we are with this is that it's that 30-mile from the unit that you harvested in to let people get over the line. And then we ran into those issues with municipal areas where we were cutting a lot of cities in half with this, and there just wasn't a good solution. So that 30 miles with, municipal area, and if a municipal area has intersected that line, then it's allowed within that area. This is currently, because of the short turnaround time between the last meeting and this one, I haven't been able to get with our legal staff to discuss getting a draft of what the regulatory language would actually look like. Talking with Dan about it though, there's several things we'll have to define in this regulation because it's not defined elsewhere in our regulations. So that'll be a big part of this. And so the goal right now is to get that done and get a first draft in front of the commission by the next commission meeting, which I think is November. So that's the goal with this one right now.
Thank you, Levi. Commissioners, anybody have any questions? Jason, anybody online has any questions?
Nope, not at this point.
Anybody in the audience? Levi, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, on to boating regulations, Mr. Denault.
Yeah, Commissioner Cross, Stuart Shrug. Eric is not here again, but he reports the same as last meeting. There is no new news to report on this topic. So we'll just table it again until the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Shrug. Appreciate that. So we'll go on to public lands, new regulations, KAR 115-8-26. Mr. Stuckey, please.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Cross and other members of the commission. I'm Public Lands Assistant Director Ryan Stuckey, and before I get started on the non-resident waterfowl 3-day restriction regulation, I'd like to go over some of the information regarding Wildlife and Parks public land acreage. I think I've got a small spreadsheet up there that has some acreage numbers up there I'd like to go over. Last commission meeting, there was a few comments made about Kansas having 2-3% in public property and around 97 to 98% in private hands. And however, I kind of at the end of my waterfowl presentation, I did kind of go over that and clarify there's 98.1% in private hands, and there's 1.9% that's non-private. And I say non-private because when we talk in these settings and we say public, people have that perception that is our public lands throughout Kansas, and it's not open to the public for access for hunting and fishing. So that 1.9%, those are military installments from the Department of Defense, which are also U.S. Army Corps of Engineer properties. We have 16 reservoirs that fall under those Department of Defense. We have Department of the Interior, which also includes Bureau of Reclamation lakes. We have 6 of those. We also falls under Department of Interior, also is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There are also other federal properties, and we have over 100 state agencies that have properties in Kansas. There's county properties, township properties, municipalities. I'd also like to mention that KDOT actually has 150,000 acres of that million acres that's public. So there's a lot of folks holding these public lands that don't have anything to do with public access or public access for recreational activities. So I just want to clarify that. So then I want to move to what are the properties that are owned and managed by Wildlife and Park. And the first one I have, there's the state fishing lakes that we own. We have a total of 18,000, almost 19,000 acres. And around those holdings there, within those holdings, we have around 15,000 land acres, and that supports 4,000 acres of water. And if we move over to the state wildlife areas, there's 106,000 acres of land acres, and we have several wetlands within those holdings, and there's about 3,700 acres of water and wetlands within those properties, making up 110,000 total. We also have about 1,542 acres of public domain scattered out mostly in western Kansas. Those range anywhere from 0.3 acres to 400 acres. And then moving on to our federal properties, there are 312,756 acres, comprising of 170,000 acres of land and 142,000 acres of water. And when I say the waters of the federal reservoirs, that's the main bodies of water where the tributaries meet the main bodies. So that's not counting in the river properties that we have going up through our wildlife areas. We also partner with a few privately owned holdings, and that is the 2 biggest holdings is Jeffrey Energy Center. There's about 12,000 acres there. It's very limited in the hunting there. And then we also have Lacine Wildlife Area, which has the power plant there as well. And that makes up most of the 16,000 acres, but that's very limited on access, especially on Jeffrey Energy Center. So I just wanted to kind of go over some of those just to put a better perspective when we start talking about public land versus private lands in Kansas. But also, Jason, if you scroll down just a little bit further, I also wanted to mention that on the private lands, we do contract with several landowners for walk-in hunting, and there's a little over 1 million acres for walk-in hunting. That program has been going on for several years, and it seems like that 1 million acres is staying pretty steady. The Wildlife Division does run that program. They also, over the past few years, have implemented the iWeHa walk-in for limited hunts on certain specific properties, and that equals 26,000 acres. So we do have more opportunities on those grounds. But I also wanted to mention, since we are talking about public lands and publicly owned property, is that not only do we have the walk-in hunting program, we also have the Community Fisheries Assistance Program. And Jeff Connolly in our Fisheries Division runs that program, and he's got 150 contracts that make up 13,000 acres of water that's open to public fishing. They've also started a new program called the Walk-in Fishing Access Program, and there's 1,300 acres involved in that. So I just wanted to mention that since we are talking about access. The next thing I have listed there is agricultural property in 2016. The reason I bring this up is Kansas has 52,657,920 acres in Kansas. And in 2016, there was 46,567,800 acres that involved agricultural activity that were reported to the Farm Service Agency with USDA. There are several acres that don't get reported into that agency. And I'm going to guess that would push that probably more up close to 48 million acres. And I say this because in 2001 to 2016, there was an increase of 500,000 acres, 500,000 acres that went into agriculture in those 15 years. And in these last 7 years, they're also going to be looking at those similar numbers of increase in agricultural property. And where I'm going at with this is when you start taking that agricultural property and you're increasing that and you're looking at the urban sprawl and how that's taken away from some of these properties that could be available to hunt, it's really important when we start looking at what property do we have out there that's available to hunt. And so with urbanization and agriculture, it is tough for us to get more access. It is tough for us to get property entitled and hold that property in ownership. And we do have a hard time with that. We sure would appreciate everybody's support when we start looking at how do we get more acres into public access. So that's why I mentioned the agriculture and talked a little bit more about the urban sprawl. So just want to, clarify that from the last meeting.
Okay.
Where is that? If urban land is taking ag land and ag land is increasing in acres, where is that coming from?
Right. So a lot of land that doesn't get reported may be sitting idle. It's not in agriculture and it's not in development. So, and also we have to look at some of the acres that's already public acres. That's a million acres. So, so yeah, if we're gaining agriculture acres, but we're gaining urban acres, where are we losing that? And that's going to be that available idle property that could be used with wildlife. So, and that's where I was kind of going with that. We're losing ground. That's what I'm trying to say when it comes to habitat. And some of this is critical habitat. And so I know there's some of the things we're working on as an agency right now on how do we preserve critical habitat. And we're working through Section 6 grants with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to gain some of these properties and see if we can get these in holding so we can protect those critical habitats for whether it be whooping cranes or black rail or some of our other species. So Ecological Services, we're working with them to identify a lot of this ground that is critical. So.
Ryan, if I may, you might talk a little bit about the 31% and the 46%, in a lot of our conversations with acquisitions and regulation changes. When we say there's only 1.9% in Kansas that's in public ownership, like you were talking about, that's not wildlife and parks. 1.9 does not equate to grounds that you can access to hunt and fish. So talk about your 31 and your 46%.
So 31% is 31% of the 1.9%. Okay. And when we start throwing in the federal reservoirs and the actual bodies of the water, and we move those numbers from 307,000 and actually adding any of the waters, and we look at the 460,000 acres total, that's 46% of 1.9%. So that's right. I wrote those down just for reference. I know there was some folks that had called in after last meeting and wanted to see some of the numbers. So that's why I wanted Jason to be able to put it up there and on the screen, and they can reference this either through streaming back to these. But there was quite a few questions that came in about, well, who does hold the non-private acres? So,
Ryan, can you give me a quick example of the public domain up there, 1542? What's an example of that?
There's There's one in Kearney County. I believe it's Kearney County that's about 400 acres. That one is actually landlocked. The public domains is we acquired title to those from the Bureau of Land Management, I believe.
Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service.
Right.
U.S. Forest Service? Okay.
Yeah, there was still from clear back from the Louisiana Purchase, there was lands that never got put back into private, and it was lands here and there. In Kansas, I think we had, is there about 30 of them? There's close to 30.
25 to 30.
Yeah. And we acquired some in the 1960s, and then some later up until I believe 95. We acquired some. I think there's 2 out in eastern Kansas that are pretty small. Yeah, they range, they're pretty small, and not very many of them come close to that 400 acres. There's only 1,520 or 1,542 acres total. So there's several in Stevens County that are kind of look like a chain link that kind of move down towards the southwest.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to add to that, Commissioner Cross, a lot of those public domains are landlocked. So there's really no public access to them. Even for our management, it's hard to get access to. So for transparency, we've discussed, the public domain issue of should we really still be holding those properties if we can't manage them and the public can't access them? And when we try to lobby for new acquisitions that do make sense, adjacent to an existing wildlife area, we've been having those conversations of, should we look at surplusing some of these public domains for an opportunity at a better acquisition in the future. And we'll continue to have those conversations. So we're trying to make wise use of our funding and the land that we have available for access, and these you can't access.
So are you saying that we're paying for something that we're not getting utilized?
So we do make payments in lieu of property taxes on all these public domains, most of them. And so there is some expense related to them.
Okay. So when you said in Kearney County, is that like, would it be east of Lakin, east and north of Lakin?
Is it straight west of Lakin?
West and south. Okay. Thank you.
I think there's one here in Finney County too, isn't there? Manuel?
I think there's a couple.
In Southwest Kansas, we have a lot, like Brian said, we have a lot of them that go from just minimal acres and obviously the 400.
Yeah.
It's totally is good number there.
Yeah, and you can't do much with 0.3 acres.
Yeah, and not much at all. Can't even set blind up there.
All right. We would like to entertain that in the next coming years to maybe liquidate some of those properties if we could.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Anything else, Ryan?
Commissioner Lister has a question.
Yes. Commissioner Lister, please.
Yeah. Do we leave money on the table each year for Habitat First, or how is that program going?
Habitat First.
I'll have Jake George come up and answer that.
Thanks for the question. We do not leave money on the table. It's a Pittman Robertson grant that we use Wildlife Fee Fund for the match, and it is fully utilized on an annual basis.
So you would like to get more funds?
Certainly, yeah. We have an unmet need there. There is room for expansion with it, but it depends on whether or not there's unobligated PR funds available in any given year. So.
Okay.
Commissioner Cross, I don't have anything further on the acreage.
Okay.
Thank you. But if I can move on to the regulation proposal. This will be the 5th time that we brought it in front of the commission and public, and it's the non-resident waterfowl hunting on Kansas Wildlife and Parks Department of Lands and Waters shall be restricted to Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays throughout the duration of the established Kansas waterfowl season, including September teal season, but it would not include the spring snow goose conservation order. We've talked about this in detail. I'm not going to go read the whole thing over again. I will say that we're still having conversations with our federal partners with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Reclamation, and the Corps of Engineers. We're doing some more homework. We'd still like to keep it on the table for a while. We've got a November commission meeting. We'd like to present some wording on how that would look, but we still have a little bit more homework to do, and we're still taking public input and going through some of that right now. So I don't have anything right now as far as how that would exactly read, but our intent is still, we still hold that same position that we would restrict non-residents to Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesday, or sorry, Sunday, Monday, Tuesdays throughout those seasons. And I guess this one I'd take any questions.
Okay.
That'd be effective for 2024, right?
Correct.
Sorry. Did you hear me?
Correct.
Okay.
Did you ask if it was taking effect in 2024?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That'll. Okay. Any questions for the from the commission? Anybody online, Jason?
Oh, well, just a second. Kenny, I'll get you unmuted.
Am I unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you, Kenny.
Okay, thank you. Do have a question. This was brought up at one of our meetings, Kansas Outfitters Landowner Association. And the gentleman that gave on the bottoms over there gave the presentation, great presentation on what they do over there. One of the second things he brought up was about the economic impact that had on the community in that area over there. Actually even read through the numbers and the dollars. Have you all looked at how much, even with that small community over there, by going to a 3-day hunt season versus a full 7-day season? As he brought up that non-residents brought in 54% of that revenue into that community and into that area. I hope you all take in, and I know one of the commissioners doesn't want to hear about economics, but it's what makes things go around, period. And to that community, if you go from a 7-day season to a 3-day season, you could very, very easily in there impact several of those businesses and the area. They do a great job over there. They got a great resource, and the community around there, you know, benefits from that. It's nothing to do with outfitters. It's the community. And you're talking a 54% hit. There's still people that'll come there. I think that's great, but there's going to be a lot of them go around. That's just kind of curious what your thoughts are on that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kenny, appreciate that. And yeah, we are looking at the economic impact to the community. We would hope that those non-residents, if they do decide to come and stay, and they can also enjoy other type of activities in the local areas as well. And we do look at, you know, some of them don't just hunt just at Cheyenne Bottoms. They move to other wildlife areas to hunt as well if the crowding is too much. So we are looking at the economic impacts of it, and we do have some comments from the local community business owners, and we continue to take that input. So I appreciate that, Kenny, and we'll keep looking into it.
Yeah, the other thing I might comment, Stuart Strong, Assistant Secretary, is this is just a 3-day restriction on public lands. Non-residents can still hunt 7 days a week in the state. So this is not, wanted to bring that, make mention of that again, that they can still come to Kansas and hunt 7 days, just the proposal is 3-day restriction on public lands.
Thank you, Stuart. Okay.
Kenny has another response.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, like you said, they could go to other lands, other properties and hunt privately, yes, but would not be able to go to other state lands unless the Corps of Engineers doesn't accept that proposal, that migratory animal. Ducks, we don't even mess with duck hunting personally, but we've got a lot of people do. It is a huge following, and when it comes through, it's kind of like pheasant season. It's hit and go. Appreciate all the work you do. Thank you.
Kenny, can I have you state your full name just for the record? I don't think I have done that yet today.
Yeah, it's Kenny Graham.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Graham, thank you. Any comments from the public here? Okay. Mr. Stuckey, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Riley, legal, pending regulations. Mr. Riley, I believe you're online today. Yes, sir.
I am, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Very good. In the pending category of regulations today, we have one, which is the fee regulation 115.2-1, which will come before the commission at the November meeting. Everything else you see on that list is still in the category of being in the works, either being prepared to submit to the promulgation process or language is being drafted for that purpose to finalize them. So that's pretty much what we've got in pending. One that it's coming to the commission in November, and the rest that are being worked to get it injected into the process.
Okay, Mr. Riley,
any questions on that?
Any questions from the commission on that? Any questions from those online? Jason? Nope. Any questions from the public? Mr. Riley, thank you for that update, sir.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the final general public comment on non-agenda items. Does anybody have any comments on non-agenda items at this point? This is our second opportunity to voice those comments. Anybody in the room? Jason, anybody online?
Nope, nobody online.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to old business. Any old business we need to address, Sheila?
No.
Any other business?
Yes. After discussions with the legal, we decided to move that November meeting from November 9th to November 30th to accommodate the fee structure 2-1 that he just discussed, so that we could get it done before the end of the year.
Okay.
Also, the date for January, we had chose the 11th, and he would, legal would also like to move that to the end of the month. So if you have a better time towards the end of January that you would prefer, then we would like to move that one.
Sheila, did the chairman have any recommendations for that January?
No, we had chose the 11th, but you know, Mr. Riley prefers we look at end of the month for these because it helps with the process.
What's the location of that?
It was either going to be Seneca or Sabetha. We hadn't chose yet.
Okay.
So I haven't gone out and started looking for a spot yet.
Okay.
If any of you have suggestions in either of those locations, please let me know.
How about we look at the 18th or the 25th then?
I'm sure Dan would agree with the 25th.
Yeah, and from my perspective, every day that we push it back is helpful, because oftentimes we are struggling to get enough notice on a regulation that's going to hearing. So the further back, the better I like it.
All right. The reason we used to try to have it earlier in January was before the legislative session started in and everybody down at the main office started getting busy with various bills being bantered about. But if you don't think that's a problem, then let's do it the 25th.
Like I say, Gerald, I like every day that we can add on, just because we don't know if we'll have a reg that we really want to get heard that's being squeezed for days of notice. And that 60-day notice period doesn't change. So I like it. And I think we can probably make it work with the legislative issues that we'll be dealing with at the time.
Well, then let's do the 25th, or at least that's my 2 cents worth.
25th work for everybody?
It works for me.
Make it work.
Okay. Sheila, the January the 25th. And what was the location?
Either
Sabetha?
Sabetha or Seneca, the suggestion at the last meeting. So
I
if
let,
you want to narrow it down.
on as far as the location, my recommendation would be let Sheila see what she can find that's most convenient for us to have the meeting and then pick one.
Okay, Mr.
Or
Chairman, that's
make a quick phone call or something and get some opinions.
I'll see what I can find.
Okay. Yeah. And that November meeting is in
Emporia.
Emporia.
Still at the Lyon County Fairgrounds Boyer Building. And Emporia.
There's a meeting on the 21st of September. That's a public information on baiting. Is that
still?
Is that?
That's in Manhattan, September 21st. Is there a location on that yet?
Yeah, it's announced on the website.
Okay.
Sorry. It is going to be on campus at K-State. It's announced on the website with directions. It'll be from 6:30 to 8:30 on the 21st of September.
Okay.
Are there any others scheduled at this time? Or
At this time, no, we don't have the other locations set yet. We're hoping for at least 2 other in-person meetings. We're likely looking at potentially Southeast Kansas or maybe Wichita and then Hayes, partnering with the universities for space. So.
And then will they be accessible by Zoom?
We're going to be recording them and they'll be available after the fact, but we weren't planning to live stream them. So.
Okay.
Who will be the presenters at that?
It will be staff who will be presenting and be myself, Rich, Levi, and then we may have to switch depending upon schedules for some of the others, Kent Fricky, Matt Peak. So we're still establishing some of that, but essentially what we'll be doing is overviewing the concerns with the practices of baiting and feeding from the professional wildlife community, similar to what we presented to you guys, but more of a 30,000-foot view of those concerns.
Okay.
Then we'll have an opportunity for a question and answer session with the panel, with the public that's in attendance, as well as an opportunity for general comments, and then a survey for some feedback from them regarding the presentation and the information presented. So,
and commissioners are welcome, or would you prefer we not?
You're certainly welcome. So,
okay.
Do you think would it be beneficial for us to attend that session?
Well, I will say that it's probably not going to be anything that you haven't already heard.
Okay.
And it will be something that if you wanted to view the comments that were made or the questions that were asked, you could watch it online if you weren't able to make it in person. And we'll certainly be summarizing all of that feedback that we received for you guys at some future point in time. So.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheila, are we good on future meetings, or do we?
I think we better think about March.
March.
It's in Topeka usually.
Yeah.
So again, towards the end of the month.
What?
How about March 28th?
March 28th. Okay, let's tentatively go with March 28th at this point.
Sounds great to me.
And that should get us where we need to be for now.
Okay. Any other issues, Sheila?
Not that I know.
Secretary?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank everybody for coming out today. We appreciate it. And I think it's just about staff left. So thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Good job, Emmerich.